The Senate will now be in session. The Republic.
The 70th session of the Senate and the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. We'd like to recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Cynthia Villar from the city of Las Piñas, to lead the chamber in prayer. Cynthia. Ito Cynthia, wala pa. Mark your mama. She's supposed to read the prayer. Asa siya? We suspend session for half a minute. Ready ka? Ready ka na?
Yeah.
Session resumed. We will be led in prayer today by our distinguished colleague from Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Dear God, as we come before you today to pray for our beloved country, we find solace in the words of Isaiah 58 verse 11, which declare, "The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in a sun-scorched land and will strengthen your frame. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters never fail." Heavenly Father, we recognize that you are the source of all things, and we humbly request your blessings upon our nation for economic stability, growth, and prosperity, while guiding us in our stewardship of the land, our efforts to safeguard the environment, and our commitment to adapt to climate change. Grant us, O Lord, the wisdom and strength to confront the anticipated El Nino and our ever-changing climate. Bless our farmers and rural communities who depend on the land for their sustenance and livelihood. In times of scarcity and adversity, be their steadfast refuge. Guide them in adopting sustainable agricultural practices, empower them with knowledge, and bless their efforts with abundant harvests. We beseech you, your mercy, Lord, to safeguard our land from the devastating consequences of extreme weather events intensified by climate change. Shield us from prolonged droughts, catastrophic floods, and destructive storms. Teach us, dear Father, to be responsible stewards of the environment and motivate us to preserve our precious natural resources. Help us to unite as a nation and embrace the shared purpose of preserving our environment for generations to come. As legislator, give us the fortitude and insight to advance policies that consistently promote sustainable agriculture, environmental protection, and climate resilience. May our collective efforts lead to a sustainable world where future generations can prosper while living in harmony with the environment. We ask all of this through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara,
Thank you.
Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With sino pa? Senator Pia? With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. And at this juncture, before we proceed, Mr. President, let me just acknowledge some guests from the gallery. Guests of Senator Pia Cayetano, Her Excellency Ambassador Kira Danganan Azucena, Philippine Ambassador to New Zealand, Mr. Christopher Aro, Consul General. Guests of our Senate President Zubiri, Mayor Pablo Lorenzo III of Quezon Bukidnon and the barangay chairpersons of Quezon Bukidnon. Guests of Senator Ejercito, Board Member Carla Adahar of the 3rd District of Laguna, and guests of Senator Ligarda, Antique Lone District Representative Antonio Ligarda Jr., Councilor Mikey Morada of Lipa, Batangas, General Archie Macala, OIC RD of PNP Region 6, Councilor Paulo Macala of Lipa, Batangas. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr.
Yes, we welcome Ambassador Azucena. I was just recently in New Zealand, and our OFWs there say that they're very well taken care of, as well as Mayor Lorenzo of Quezon Bukidnon. Is he in the building? Going now. We also, and all the members, the board members, and of course, councilors that are here with us today. Welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 69th session, Monday, May 15, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. May we ask the secretariat to increase or lower the temperature? It's a bit warm. 29? 20. All right.
Thank you.
29 degrees. That's why.
Mr. President,
Yes,
our
please continue.
Senate Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Just a very brief manifestation, Mr. President, that yesterday there were two instances where we discussed our rules. One informally in the Senator's Lounge and one here on the floor, which is, I think, in my opinion, a good development that we should be discussing our rules, be more familiar with the meaning of the words there, Mr. President. And the first instance involved the issue of the proper place of the turno in contra in our rules. And this representation would like to thank our Senate President, our Majority Leader, our Senate Secretary, Attorney Bantug, Attorney Mavic also for at least taking time in sharing their experiences, their interpretation, the institutional memory of the Senate about how our rules were interpreted. And this representation came to the realization that I think we need to clarify some of the provisions in our rules because words are there which do not really convey what we might have intended to convey. So maybe I do not know. I do not know if the Senate rules are in Old English or some sort of old-fashioned English. Then maybe it is time to revisit. But one realization also, Mr. President, is that there is a period for debates which we may not have been taking advantage of. We will really feel like Parliament if we take advantage of that, Mr. President. And I encourage our colleagues to take a look into that interpretation of the rules that there is such a period. And from my understanding, do not worry because that period is also allowed for those in favor. It's not always, it's not a period available only to those against a measure. It is also available for those in favor. So that was the first instance. But the second instance, Mr. President, was yesterday when this representation raised on the floor the issue of quorum. It is my position that we processed the motion not in accordance with our rules. Because the rule which should have kicked in is rule or section 45, which reads as follows. Should the question of lack of quorum be raised, the chair without debate shall immediately proceed to a verification thereof by causing the reading of the roll of the senators and announcing forthwith the result. Instead, Mr. President, when the session was suspended, I approached the Senate Secretary, Attorney Laurel Garcia, and I was pointed to Section 99, which is under suspension and adjournment of the session. And reading Section 99 with Section 98, I think this is about the lack of power, actually, the lack of power of the presiding officer of the Senate President to unilaterally declare the suspension or adjournment of session because such a motion must come from the floor. That is the general rule, Section 98. Section 99 gives the exception to the general rule. But then, for lack of quorum, the presiding officer may declare adjournment, but the body, the floor, can still amend or change that decision to suspend it instead of adjourning it. So, yun po yun. So, I think we misapplied the section to the specific scenario yesterday. It should have been Section 45. So, the point of this representation, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, is moving forward, when the time comes that the same motion, a similar motion is made in the future, especially if it comes from this representation, the request is we process the motion in accordance with Section 45 of our rules, Mr. President. So, siguro an unsolicited advice to the majority, if there is an important matter to be taken up on the floor, secure the quorum, make sure there's a quorum before taking it up on the floor, Mr. President. Or, because if it is really an important matter, important also to senators, important to the people, the quorum must come naturally, Mr. President, by the physical presence of the representatives of the people. So, I want to make of record, Mr. President, my interpretation as much as I can possibly interpret of our rules, Mr. President. So,
Thank you.
that's the purpose of the manifestation, just to make it of record,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Minority Floor Leader. As much as I would like to answer as a former Majority Leader, I will leave it to my Majority Leader to answer
Thank you.
the query.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, allow me to commend and thank our Minority Leader for continuously pushing all of us, especially this representation, to study further and continue to learn from our rules, Mr. President. It is indeed important to note that yesterday, a lot of our colleagues were given the opportunity to realize the difference between interpellation and debates. It's also a good initiative yesterday that we also get the chance to really understand how to avail of turno and contra, Mr. President. Now, with regard to Section 45 and Section 19, Mr. President, 99, may I just quote Section 45 under Rule 15 on quorum? It says, should the question of lack of quorum be raised, the chair, without debate, shall immediately proceed to a verification thereof by causing the reading of the roll of the senators and announcing forthwith the result. I agree with the former Senate President, our minority leader. Had it been a question of quorum, Mr. President, the presiding officer can immediately call the roll, Mr. President. But Mr. President, considering that yesterday, and I'm looking at the minutes of yesterday's event, Mr. President, the distinguished minority leader made there is an objection, Mr. President, for lack of quorum, and I quote, for lack of quorum, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn our session. And so with the word, with the instance, Mr. President, that our minority leader move that we adjourn our session, then it falls under Section 99, Mr. President, which says, and I quote, notwithstanding the provision of the preceding section, the lack of quorum shall compel the President to adjourn the session unless by means of motion which shall not be subject to debate. A majority of the senators present agree to its suspension and ask the President or the presiding officer to order the Sergeant at Arms to require the appearance of the absent members, or if it is deemed necessary, to order their arrest so as to form the necessary quorum. So in short, Mr. President, the only way to establish that, because this representation objected to the motion to adjourn, the only way to establish that there is a quorum is to call the roll, Mr. President. And indeed, the Senate President suspended the session for a few minutes in order to call our colleagues who are inside the lounge. Some of them are inside the bathroom. We were able to establish
We had 16
the
members.
number of quorum yesterday, Mr. President. So I believe, Mr. President, that it is in order, and it is important to note, Mr. President, that we are all here submitting ourselves to our own Senate rules. I submit, Mr. President.
Thank you. And just to add, my distinguished colleagues, the chairman of the Rules Committee, the majority floor leader, is absolutely correct. Once the good minority floor leader asked for an adjournment of session, Rule 99 is in effect. And under Rule 99, as you mentioned earlier, the majority floor leader mentioned, the majority of senators present agreed to its suspension and asked the President to call the members into the Senate session hall, which is what we did. So we did not break any rules thereafter. We did not break any rules at all. And I did not have to arrest anyone. They all came out willingly. And we had 16 members, for the record, on the floor, Your Honors. So that's the ruling of the chair. But again, it's a manifestation. We will be very careful, and we will make sure that, as we always do, that the rules of the Senate will be followed.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you very much. The minority leader is seeking the floor. Mr.
Yes,
President.
minority floor leader.
Just to make it of record, Mr. President, that after hearing the explanation of the majority leader, this representation maintains its interpretation of the rules. Section 99 is not applicable. The motion here is motion not for the Senate President not to adjourn for lack of quorum. So that is still the interpretation I want to make of record, Mr. President. So
The rules, the title of the rule is suspension and adjournment of the session. And I would like to read exactly what you had said, Your Honors. You had said, and I quote, it is right here. No, can you put the minutes in?
There is an objection.
For lack of quorum.
For lack of quorum, Mr. President, I move we adjourn our session.
Yes.
If you ask to determine if there was a quorum, that's a different story.
That's
But
what I'm
you
saying, Mr.
moved for an
President.
adjournment. That was your motion. Your lack of quorum was your only your premise or opinion at that particular time. So your motion was actually, I move that we adjourn session.
If the motion,
Yes.
Mr. President, if the motion or question raised in this August chamber is the lack of quorum, then applicable rule shall be Section 45, Mr. President, under Rule 15, under quorum of the Senate rules. The procedure is laid down in the said section, and it's the immediate roll call of the Senate Secretary in order to determine if there is a quorum or not, and dispose the motion properly. So no other motion can be entertained, and the presiding officer cannot suspend the session. That is our understanding, and that's what our Senate rules is saying, Mr. President.
Question for clarity. If the members are in the lounge,
That's also my question.
yeah, if the members are in the lounge, wouldn't it be not fair, would it not it be fair that we ask them to step out of the lounge and into the floor to determine the roll call vote?
Actually,
Mr.
Mr. President,
President, if I may
Yes,
I?
Senator Cayetano.
Yeah.
Seconds.
Actually, if the Senate President didn't ask that question, I would have asked that question because the reality of the situation yesterday is that the Senate President and the Majority Floor Leader called everyone and said, let's all go out. But because, if I recall, I was the last one engaged engaged on the floor with Senator Bong Revilla on the previous matter, I was also the last one to finish eating. So I was still inside when you had already started. And then, mabilis na ho yung subo ko, dumating si sponsor
CR. Mark
CR, and then nag-CR ako. So sa akin, of course, I appreciate being asked to come out. I appreciate it and I apologize that I was late. But I don't think there was any intention na, not on, at least on my end, there was no intention to deprive the Senate of a quorum. And I appreciate being given the opportunity to come because I really wanted to listen to the debate. So we actually interpret the rules that we have. And I think that should be part of our discussions, that if we are actually there, whether nagmerienda, minsan may kausap na staff, di ba? Nagpe-prepare for the next matter on the agenda. And bathroom break, I think we can afford each other that minimum liberty, like 5 minutes na pinapatawag. Yun lang naman ang input ko, Mr. Senate President. Thank
I
you.
agree. I agree with the observation of the lady senator from Taguig. So I think it's good that we also give a bit of leeway to our colleagues because it's very easy naman to determine. They can ask the secretariat how many warm bodies are in the building. And so if there's a determination of quorum, we can ask the warm bodies to attend and come down and have another roll call of members.
Mr. President,
Yes.
just for the sake of
Majority.
discussion, I was talking about the rules, Mr. President, but honestly, as I was discussing this with our Secretary General, Attorney Mabic, and the rest, I was actually wondering also and interested in that particular question that you raised. And I share the sentiment of Senator Pia Cayetano. As we were discussing a while ago with Senator Angara, what is now the power of the Senate President to compel its members to come here, Mr. President, if you don't have the power to suspend and ask the members to come here? So that's also a something that I'd like to raise, Mr. President, and that we can discuss about this.
Well, we can make the rules clear, Majority Leader. I think what would be fair in the rules is that it's true, without debate, shall immediately proceed to verification. But after we verify that they are in the premises and they are here to go to the plenary session hall, because they may be in the restroom, they may be in the lounge. But we cannot take up other matters.
Yes.
Meaning, if I start session again, it has to be a roll call of members. That is the one that says without debate. We cannot take up any other matters until we have verified a quorum of members in this chamber. So tama yun. We are not violating any rule with that. But the appeal of Senator Pia, and I think the majority of our colleagues, is that while they are in the restroom, while they are in the lounge, allow them to, or in the room, allow them to come down to be able to present themselves for determination of quorum. I think
Thank
that's,
you, Mr. President.
thank
I
you.
think it's clear, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business. So move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. If there's no objection to the motion, Secretary, please proceed.
Reference of business, message from the House of Representatives, letter from the House, informing the Senate that on 9 May 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House bills establishing marine hatcheries. House number 3093, marine hatchery in Cebuco, Zamboanga del Norte. 7294, Mambucog, Barangay Zone 16, City of Talisay, Province of Negros Occidental. 7373, City of Isabela, Province of Basilan. 7532, Municipality of Bato, Province of Catanduanes. And 7533, Municipality of Libmanan, Camarines Sur.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance, may we just ask the Secretary to read the short titles of the measures, since there's several of them?
Yes, sir.
To hasten the proceedings.
And House bills declaring parcels of land as protected landscapes. 7479, Paway, Ilocos Norte. 7506, San Francisco, Quezon. 7529, San Andres, Quezon.
Refer to Committees on Environment, Natural Resources and Finance.
And House bills creating district engineering offices. 907, 5th Legislative District of Batangas. 1147, 6th Legislative District of Isabela. And House bills converting roads into national roads. House number 1304 and 1305, converting Comunidad Junction, Kamalig, into a national road. 1307, Daraga Legazpi Diversion Road. 1308, Daraga Pilar Diversion Road. 1312, Kamalig Bypass Road. 1314, Comunidad Junction. And House bills creating district offices in House Bill 739, 3rd Legislative District of Province of Bataan. 7553, 2nd Legislative District in the Province of Davao del Norte. 7645, 4th Legislative District, Bukidnon. 7647, Lone Legislative District, General Santos. 7648, 6th Legislative District, Batangas.
To Committees on Public Works and Finance.
And House bills declaring ecotourism zones and destinations and tourism zones. Tanap Abyss Falls, Mount Anahawon, Ikalahid Falls, Birhen Falls, Igbalalay Falls, Ulo Balungkot Falls, Bagakay Point Lighthouse, Santiago Public Beach, Kalinigan Mountain Range, Jordan Waterfalls, Anzap Twin Falls, Kanding Ecotourism Park, Pagoring Caves, Sitio Duweg, 7646 Sagumata Falls, 7688 Colosboa Hills.
To Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources and Finance.
House Bill 7407, increasing the number of members of the Sangguniang Panglungsod in the city of San Pedro, Laguna from 10 to 12, amending Section 10 of RA 10420. And
To the
House,
Is this the 7551?
7407.
7407. Okay.
Local government.
Nasaan na ba yan? Nawala tuloy ako. Refer to Committees on Local Government, Electoral Reform, People's Participation.
And House number 7564, allowing the incumbent president of the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College to become the first president of the Mountain Province State University, amending for the purpose RA 10583.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Government, Civil Service, Government Reorg, and Finance.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, Senate number 2171, regulating the use of bank accounts, electronic wallets, and other financial accounts, providing penalties therefore and for other purposes. Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Banks and Financial Institutions, Justice and Human Rights.
2172, promoting the development of the bamboo industry by strengthening the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, creating the Bamboo Industry Research and Development Center, providing incentives and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Trade and Commerce, Ways and Means and Finance.
2173, providing for the revised warehouse receipts law of the Philippines, Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Finance.
2174, extending the period of availment of the estate tax amnesty, amending RA 11213, Senator Binay.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
2175, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Maasin, Southern Leyte, to be known as the Maasin City TESDA Training and Assessment Center, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Finance.
2176, establishing a TESDA Training Center in Isulan, Sultan Kudarat, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
2177, establishing a TESDA District Office in Davao, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator
To the
Tulfo.
Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
2178, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Dapas, Siargao Island, Surigao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
2179, amending RA 7638, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Energy.
2180, extending the life of the Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation by another 50 years, amending PD 286 as amended, Senator Angara.
To the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
2181, institutionalizing the community-driven development approach as a national strategy for inclusive growth and social protection, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Angara.
To the Committee on Social Justice, Local Government and Finance.
2182, granting full tax benefits to government purchases during a state of calamity and for other purposes, Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
2183, renaming the Agham Road and the BRL Road stretching from North Avenue, traversing to Quezon Avenue up to East Avenue, all located in Quezon City, as Senator Miriam P. Defensor Santiago Avenue, Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Public Works.
2184, extending the life of the Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation, amending for the purpose PD 286 series of 1973 and for other purposes, Senator De La Rosa.
Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
2185, promoting and revitalizing the salt industry of the Philippines, amending RA 8172 and for other purposes, Senator De La Rosa.
To the Committee on Agriculture, Trade and Commerce and Finance.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 608, directing the Senate Committee on Public Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations to conduct an inquiry into the issuance of the Department of Agriculture Memorandum Circular 32 on the use of biofertilizers, Senator Ontiveros.
Committee on Accountability of Public Officers, Blue Ribbon Committee.
609, directing an inquiry in aid of legislation into the recent power outages due to the lapses in the transmission system being operated by the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Energy.
610, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of Honorable Carlos M. Padilla, Governor of the province of Nueva Vizcaya on 5 May 2023, Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Rules.
611, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the human trafficking inside the Clark Freeport Zone, which are being linked to POGO, with an end in view of crafting legislation or policy recommendation as may be necessary. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Women, Children, Gender Equality.
612, commending and congratulating Islay Erica Bomogao and the team of young Filipino Muay Thai fighters on their victory in the 2023 International Federation of Muay Thai Association Senior World Championships. Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
613, commending and congratulating the Philippine Sports Association, Inc., and the Pencak Silat athletes and coaches for consistently bringing honor to the country in international competitions, Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
614, congratulating and commending the Arrowhead Robotics team from Muntinlupa City for their exceptional performance and outstanding achievement in securing the overall third place in the World Championship and the Division Championship in the 2023 VEX World Championship in Dallas, Texas, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1410 under Committee Report number 8. This is the Bill on National Hijab Day. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in a period of interpellations and debate. I now move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and to interpellate Senator Pia Cayetano. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, we recognize, of course, the sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and to interpolate, Senator Pia Cayetano.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. Ako po ay nakahanda na pong tumanggap ng mga katanungan. Ako na.
Yes, Mr. President, I think the chairperson would make a manifestation on the part of the committee's latest update on the nature of this measure. May we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla?
Senator Robin Padilla is recognized.
Opo, ako po ay mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, nais ko pong ipahayag na sa opisyal na talaan na ako po ay file ng amendment in the nature of substitution at konsiderasyon ng amendments po mula po mismo sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado.
Senator Pia. Sen Pia, na?
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Room.
Mr. President, this juncture and upon consultation with our dear colleagues, I will now move that we close the period of interpellation without prejudice from any one of our colleagues who may want to ask questions while they are proposing amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no committee amendments, and so I move that we close the period of committee amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, period of amendment is hereby closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Is
So
there,
moved.
is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Nais ko pong magpahayag ng maikling manifestasyon. Isinumiti po ng inyong lingkod ang aking amendment in the nature of substitution sa ating bills and index sang-ayon sa Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 ng Rules of the Senate. Ang advance copy po ng nasabing amendments ay naipamahagi na po sa mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng grupo na ito. Nais ko pong ipahayag ang opisyal na talaan na ang amendment in the nature of substitution ay konsiderasyon ng amendments po mula mismo sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo.
Majority Leader.
To introduce her individual amendments, I move that we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the gentleman and sponsor, as agreed, in the introduction of the bill as a substitute bill, I would like to still ask a few questions, more of clarifications, and make a few statements with the permission of the sponsor.
Isa pong karangalan, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, ang marinig po ang ating pong kagalang-galang na magaling, maganda at matapang na senadora mula po sa Taguig Pateros.
Salamat po sa mga papuri nyo. Lahat naman kami maganda dito. Hindi na ho kailangan sabihin yun dahil hindi na ho relevant yun sa ating interpellation. Hindi ho mababawasan ang tanong ko dahil sa sinabi nyo yun.
Hira naman, ma'am. Patra mo pa.
Pinapatawa ko lang yung mga nasa likod ko dahil tuwan-tuwa po sila sa inyo. Kaya sinabi ko lang yung sagot na yun dahil tawang-tawa ho yung nandito sa likod ko po. And actually po, I am buying time because I have a video which binababa pa lang. Kaya imbis na mag-suspend ako, sumagot lang po ako sa tanong, is it ready? Not yet. Okay. Hindi pa siya ready.
Before we continue with the indulgence of Senator Cayetano, I hope that Senator Padilla as the sponsor, I hope that you can first accept and move first, no? So that we can move on their motion to move to accept.
Opo, tinatanggap ko po ang panukala.
Now, if you can make a motion, that the body accepts the amendments in the nature of the substitute bill. Your Honor, you have to move first that the body accepts the substitute bill. I-move nyo lang po.
Opo. I move. Englishin ko na to.
Kung bigla kasi na
I move, Ginoong Pangulo, I move.
session suspended.
Body. President, move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. So,
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Aba, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. At mula po sa Tagalog ay i-Englishin natin. I move that we amend the bill in the nature of a substitute by striking out all the text after the enacting clause and inserting the language or text contained in the substitute bill as distributed earlier today, with a copy thereof filed with our Bills and Index Service. Maraming salamat po. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Dahil wala po tumututol, ang inyong motion ay aprobado na po. Majority Leader.
that we recognize the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Patero, Senator Pia Cayetano, for her individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Senator P. Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the sponsor, pwede ho ba akong tanong ng konting-konti pero more of manifestation po nung position ko dun sa bill na ito.
Opo, inuulit ko po, isa pong malaking karangalan para po sa atin ang marinig po ang manifestasyon ng atin pong kagalang-galang, maganda at matapang na senadora mula po sa Taguig, Patero.
Tinatanggap ko ang inyong mga papuri pero hindi ho mababawasan ang aking mga tanong.
Parang rewind.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I have a very short video. I think it's 38 seconds. Hindi nga ito bago. Nasa YouTube po ito. It's one of my favorite videos. It combines my love of sports, my passion for defending women, and fighting against discrimination. Anyway, are we ready? While we're waiting, may I request the SecGen to ask our technical experts to check kasi natagalan tayo dahil kailangan pang ng hard drive. YouTube lang naman yun. So sana madaling iganon, di ba? Baka kaya natin upgrade. Anyway, please watch. But can we repeat from the beginning? Many of you might have seen this. It's girls playing football. One of the football players is in a hijab. And in the course, nagalaw yung hijab niya, which is a concern for her dahil nga sa kanilang relihiyon, kailangan nakakover nga ang kanilang ulo. So tinakpan siya ng mga teammates and even the other team, both teams covered this girl to give her the privacy and the respect that she needs na ma-restore niya yung kasuutan niya ng tama. Ang dami-daming yes, lumayo din yung camera. Oo, to give privacy. I love this. I've seen it so many times. Hindi ko yan pinapalagpas, pinapanood ko ulit kasi it is truly a illustration of the respect that women have for each other. And so this is the same respect I bring to the floor as we discuss this bill, Your Honor. May I know from His Honor kung napanood niya na ito?
Opo, ito po ay isang malaking pinag-usapan po ito sa Muslim world.
Okay.
Opo.
And kung naalala niyo ho ba, pinalabas ko na rin ito dito nung ako yung unang nag-interpellate, pinalabas ko na din po yan. So alam ba ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na andyan po ang aking suporta, respeto, at pangakong i-defend ko po ang ating mga kababayan at kababaihan, whether they are Muslim or not. Alam ho ba ng ating kasamahan yon?
Opo. Mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, kilala po ang ating senadora na ipinaglalaban ang hindi lamang po ang mga Muslim na kababaihan, kundi lahat po ng kababaihan. Basta kasarian po, hindi lamang po sa kababaihan, lahat po ay inyo pong ipinaglalaban.
Ba't niyo ho ako pinadala ng reel sa Instagram ng si Prince Charles nung prince pa siya nagsasabing may mga karapatan at dapat itaguyod at proteksyonan ang karapatan ng mga Muslim na kababaihan. Nagulat ho ako na pinadalhan niyo ako nun. Kayo ba nagpadala nun o staff niyo?
Hindi po, ako po. Iyon po ay Ginoong Pangulo. Ang tawag po namin doon sa Islam ay dawa, parang preaching, one way of communicating the teachings of Islam, na para pong sinasabi na ang Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, isa po siya sa mga unang nagbigay ng pantay na karapatan sa mga kababaihan. Wala pong kulay ng kahit anong kulay yon, kundi kulay po ng pagpapaliwanag.
Pinadala niyo ba yung mga kasamahan natin o ako lang ang pinadala niyo?
Marami po akong pinadala niyan, kasama na po yung asawa ko.
Hindi, pero
Opo,
si Senator
mga anak.
Bato, si Senator Bato, pinadala niyo ho?
Hindi po, hindi po.
So nagtataka lang naman ako ba't niyo ako pinadalan dahil para namang hindi ho kayo naniniwala na I support and I will defend to my last breath the right of Muslim women and the right of Filipino women. So nagtaka lang naman ako, baka na-miss niyo lang ako kaya niyo ako pinadalan. Nagtataka lang naman ako kung ba't niyo ako pinadalan. Sabado pa man din, di man ako, medyo iwas ako ng konting trabaho. Nakita ko may send ho kayo sa akin ng ganun.
Yung na-miss po, totoo yun. Na-miss ka ko yun. Pero,
The record show, ang pinakamalasak tawa si Majority Floor Leader.
pero
Pinakamalasak
ma'am,
tawa dito sa
pero ma'am Senator, sa totoo po, sa puso ko po, gusto ko lamang pong ibahagi yung mga katuruan ng Propeta Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam patungkol po sa kababaihan. Yun po. At tunay din po na marami pong kasabay akong pinadalan yan. Lahat po ng mahalaga sa buhay ko, pinadalan ko po niyan.
So, yun lang naman kasi kaya ko din pinalabas yung video dahil gusto kong maliwanag na maliwanag sa lahat ng kababayan natin na si Pia Cayetano, pinagtatanggol niya ang karapatan ng kababaihan kahit anong relihiyon, kahit anong kulay, kahit matangkad, maliit, mataba, payat. Wala akong pakialam, pinaglalaban ko po ang mga karapatan ng kababaihan. Let's go to the measure, Your Honor. Ako ay nagpapasalamat na sa tulong po ng ating Senate President Miguel Zubiri, meron ho tayong substitute bill na obviously katanggap-tanggap sa ating sponsor, no? Dahil siya nga ho ang nagsulong na ito'y maging substitute measure ho natin. And ang short title po nito is The Act shall be known as the National Day for Awareness on the Hijab and Other Traditional Garments and Attire. Tama ho ba, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor?
Opo. Dalawa po ang hawak ko. Pero yung English na lang po ang babasahin ko para ito po yon, ang act declaring the first day of February every year as National Hijab Day. Opo, yun po sana ang pupuntahan po nito sa dulo. Dahil po inaasahan po natin na yung pong naidagdag ng ating mahal na Ginoong Pangulo at ng ating po mga kasama, bilang Pangulo po ako ng cultural communities, napakalaking hudyat po nun na maisama po sa araw na ito yung pati yung mga sinusuot po ng ating mga katutubo. Isang napakaganda pong mungkahi niyan at panukala.
So, sang-ayon po kayo dun sa focus ng bill na ito that it is the National Day for Awareness on the Hijab and Other Traditional Garments. Sa madaling salita, yung ibang kasuotan ng mga katutubo. Payag ho kayo doon?
Opo, payag na payag po at ito po ay sumasang-ayon po sa atin pong pinaglalaban. So,
nakakatuwa naman pong pakinggan yan dahil yun naman talaga ang pakay natin sa ating interpellation at ang concern natin mula nung umpisa na maraming uri ng diskriminasyon ang nararanasan ng mga kababaihan at gusto lang naman natin na lahat yon ma-address natin, hindi lang isang grupo. So I will read, Your Honors. I will read first the constitutional provision the explanation of the constitutional provision and a Supreme Court decision that supports this constitutional provision on equal protection of the law. Section 1, paragraph 1 of the Constitution states, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor any person shall be denied the equal protections of the law. So dun ho ako magfo-focus dun sa no person shall be denied the equal protections of the law. Ano ho ba ang ibig sabihin nun? Ito ho ang ibig sabihin nun. The equal protection of the law clause is against undue favor and undue favor in individual or class privilege, as well as hostile discrimination or the oppression of inequality. It is not intended to prohibit legislation which is limited either in the object to which it is directed or by territory within which is to operate. It does not demand absolute equality among residents. It merely requires that all persons shall be treated alike under like circumstances and conditions, both as to privilege conferred and liabilities enforced. Doon ho ako magfo-focus. Ang ibig sabihin ng Equal Protection Clause, kailangan lahat ng tao ay pantay ang pagturing sa kanila, ang treatment na ibibigay sa kanila, kung similar ang kanilang mga kondisyon sa buhay, pagdating sa pribilehyo at pagdating sa pahirap na kanilang nararanasan. So pag pinag-usapan natin ng kababaihan, alam natin that certain kinds of women, dahil siguro sa kultura nila, dahil sa relihiyon, sa paniniwala, nagkakaroon ng discrimination. So kaya ho tayo natutuwa ngayon sa bill na ito dahil na-acknowledge ngayon ang iba-iba't klase ng kababaihan na posibleng ma-discriminate dahil sa kasuotan nila. So hindi lang po kababaihan na Muslim ang may kasuotan na kakaiba. To give an example, dear colleagues, merong mga indigenous people na ang kasuotan ng kababaihan medyo konti lang ang nakatakip sa kanilang dibdib, no? And meron ho akong example na naranasan many years ago. I'm pretty sure maaalala to ni Deputy Minority Floor Leader Risa. Naalala mo, Senator Risa, nagkaroon ng sitwasyon many years ago na sa isang mall pinagbawal na magpasuso ang isang nanay. In fact, there were a number of cases. Pinagbawal dahil daw indecent exposure. But this woman is doing the most natural thing. Alam ko, supportive po kayo sa breastfeeding ng asawa nyo. Also like Senator Angara, Senator Joel, Senator Villar, very supportive. And Senator Coco, itong best friend ko sa likod, Senator Bato, hindi ka naman supportive na asawa. Ikaw ay ang nagpapasuso mismo. Ikaw, Senator Loren. I was pointing out the gentlemen, Your Honor. But tayo naman, mga breastfeeding mothers, and soon to be Senator Gatchalian. Pause for a moment of reflection, mga kapatid. So yung point ko is, ngayon na may mga legislators tayo na naiintindihan ang karapatan ng isang bata na sumuso sa nanay at ang nanay ang karapatan niyang magpasuso sa anak niya, hindi kailangan ipilit niya, pumasok ka sa restroom, magtago ka. Karapatan yun. So, dun ko, syempre, hindi naman sa pang-araw-araw na nakakamit tayo ng mga katutubo, no? Dahil tayo po ay nakatira sa metropolitan, sa metropolis, sa Metro Manila. But I use that as an example for everybody to understand that kailangan tanggapin natin kung ano yung mga customs nila at bigyan ng respeto ang bawat isa. So, on that note, idadagdag ko na lang yung Supreme Court case na nagbibigay ng suporta dito sa constitutional provision na ito at ang binasa ko. Yung binasa ko pala is galing sa two Cooley constitutional limitations na madalas ay nasa site sa mga kaso natin. And it's the case of Itchong versus Hernandez, GR number L7995, May 31, 1957. One of the original cases yan, pero inuulit-ulit po yan. Hindi ko nababasahin kasi yun din naman ang mensahe niya na hindi pwedeng iba ang treatment kung similar naman ang sitwasyon ng mga taong nandun sa kalagayan na yun. Majority Floor Leader, mas malakas po yung tawa nyo kaysa sa boses ko. So, Mr. President, I will continue. I give my support for this measure. Ang final question ko na lang, and sorry, before I go to my final question, I will just read the declaration of policy. The voluntary exercise of religious profession and worship free from coercion or discrimination shall be respected. Yun naman ang alam kong hangad ng ating sponsor, and yun din ang hangad natin. This right, everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right shall include freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice, and freedom, either individually or in community with others and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in worship, observance, practice, and teaching. So yun yung pinoprotection natin, yung karapatan nilang i-manifest yun. Ipakita yon, ipagyabang yon, to bring pride to what they believe in through what they are wearing. And on the contrary, ang gusto ko lang naman din malaman na ang hindi naman ganun ang paniniwala, di syempre pwede rin naman silang magsuot nung sariling gusto nila, basta nagbibigay lang ng respeto dun sa may gustong magsuot ng ganon. And Section 3 then goes on to say that to promote diversity, awareness, and tolerance of religious and cultural beliefs expressed through the wearing of indigenous clothing, head garments, and coverings such as, but not limited to, hijab, sinulog, and tapis. So yun, na-capture na natin ang iba-ibang manifestation of one's religious beliefs, cultural beliefs, through the way that they dress and clothe themselves. So my final comment, Your Honors, is that parang hindi ho, napansin ko ho na baka error lang po ito. Kasi kung napansin nyo, ang binasa ko is the short title. Hindi po siya aligned dun sa actual na title ng ating batas. Kasi ang ating batas, ang ating title, hindi ho nasama yung tungkol sa other traditional garments and attire. So may I know from His Honor if in the period of amendment, we are in the period of amendment na pala.
Opo.
If babaguhin natin ito, kung klaro naman po iyon.
Opo, Ginoong Pangulo, at atin pong babaguhin po ang titulo ng ating panukala.
So ano na ho yung magiging title and short title?
Ito po, declaring February 1 of every year as the National Day for Awareness of the Hijab and other traditional garments and attire. Yun po ang...
Okay. And then po yung Section 1, yan po ay mananatiling short title.
Opo.
Okay. If His Honor will permit, kasi we are in the period of amendment, ako na ho magbabasa ng amendment. Kung papayag po kayo, tapos tanggapin nyo na lang po.
Sige po.
Well, otherwise, you will be talking to yourself. His Honor will be talking to himself dahil siya din ang tatanggap.
Sige po.
Yes? Okay.
Mr. President, there's an anterior amendment. If I may just move that our Deputy Minority
Actually,
Leader.
Because this is the title, this comes at the very
At the
end. I'm
end.
sorry.
Yes,
Thank
at
you
the
for
end.
pointing it out.
At the end.
Would you like to take
Yeah.
the floor?
May we ask for the recognition of Senator Risa Ontiveros, Mr. President?
Senator Risa Ontiveros recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, to the Majority Leader, and to the gentlelady from Taguigan Pateros. Anterior amendment lamang po, Mr. President. In Section 2, Line 6, include freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his or her choice, Mr. President.
Okay.
I so move. Good
Opo,
sponsor.
tama po.
Sir,
Opo, accept
Just
po
the
natin
sponsor
yun.
accept?
Salamat.
Accept.
Salamat.
Since it's accepted, amendment is approved.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. And in like manner, same Section 2, Line 8, his or her religion or belief. I so move, Mr. President.
Does the sponsor accept the proposed amendment?
Accept po. Accept.
Salamat. Shukran.
Tinatanggap po, maluwalhati.
Since the amendment is accepted, the amendment is approved.
Shukran. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. President, can we ask Majority Floor Leader, are there any others? If there are none, we can proceed with the title.
No more, Mr. President. May we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano, Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Cayetano is again recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So following the discussion, our objective being very clear to cover the rights of anyone to be free from coercion or discrimination and to wear the attire of their choosing to reflect their beliefs and their religion, may I move that the title read as follows. declaring an act declaring the first day of February or the first day of February of every year as National Day for Awareness on the Hijab and other traditional garments and attire. I submit, Your Honor.
Is the amendment accepted, Majority?
Accept po, maluluhati pong tinatanggap po.
Salamat. Amendments
you.
accepted.
On that note, there is no other. I would like to again express my thanks to the Senate President who used his experience and his wisdom in the crafting of the substitute bill because of his own experiences with the katutubos in his district and the sponsor for working with all of us to come up with a measure that will capture the sentiments of the Senate, that all women, regardless of their beliefs, regardless of their religion, would be protected against discrimination in the choice of their clothing and expression of their beliefs. I thank the gentlemen from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague from Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. There being no other individual amendments, Mr. President, I move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Period of individual amendments is closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1410 as amended. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Senate Bill number 1410 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsor and the authors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations to our dear colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1410. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. The motion is approved. And I'd just like to manifest, Your Honors, that I think this version that we passed is a holistic and I would say more encompassing, all-encompassing bill that will protect every individual, including the katutubos, yung IPs, on their right to wear their garments, their right to wear their IP or to show their IP attire at any point in time without any discrimination. So once again, I congratulate the sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We likewise join the Senate President's statement that this is a holistic approach indeed, and that will not only benefit our Muslim brothers and sisters, but also each and every member of Philippine society. Mr. President, at this juncture, move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Thank you.
A minute
Session
suspension.
suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2020 under Committee Report number 58. This is the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation, and that note, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, no other than our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Mindanao, Senator Rafi Tulfo. I so move, Mr. President.
The gentleman from Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized and to interpolate our distinguished colleague from Davao and Isabela, Senator Tulfo is recognized. Senator Idol, Erwin Tulfo. I might make a mistake.
Rafi.
Kaibigan. Apat sila eh. Might make a mistake. Magkakapatid. Puro mga kaibigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Even though I'm an author of a version of the Maharlika Fund, I would like to ask a few questions for transparency to ensure the goals of this proposed measure. So with the permission of the good gentleman, the Honorable Senator from Las Piñas, can I ask some questions, clarification?
Yes, Mr. President, we will gladly accept questions.
Okay. Unang-una sa lahat, is there really a need to establish the Maharlika Investment Fund, Your Honor?
I believe there are many projects, especially now, dahil sa COVID at medyo kailangan pa natin i-boost yung ekonomiya ng ating bansa. Mahalaga po na magkaroon tayo ng Maharlika Fund para magkaroon tayo ng access sa mas maraming pondo para sa ating mga malalaking proyekto. So, I believe that this is we should always be trying to maximize our government funds, and this bill, this fund, will give us the means in which to maximize our government assets and at the same time push our socio-economic agenda by investing in projects that will yield us a high rate of return and also help us complete these much needed projects faster for the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, siguro alam na natin yung nangyari sa Malaysia, yung sovereign fund nila na bumagsak. Ano po yung mga safeguards na meron tayo to ensure na what happened in Malaysia is not going to happen here sa ating Maharlika Fund?
Yes, we are during the course of our discussions. This was brought up, the circumstances in the 1MDB fund. But of course, after studying that situation, we saw that there are very practically no controls, which is why in the version of this bill, we have many controls that would prevent such an event from happening, such as, first, there's the board of directors, which will be appointed by the president, which will be chaired by the Secretary of Finance, and which will be vice chaired by the CEO, which will also have representatives from the Land Bank, DBP, and which will also have representatives from the private sector. Aside from that, we also have the Advisory Council composed of the NEDA, the DBM, and the Treasury, the head of the Treasury Department. And aside from that, in addition to that, we still have oversight from Congress and the Senate, where the Congress and Senate will be assigning representatives, five from each house, five from each from the upper and the lower house, to conduct oversight. At the same time, also COA it will be subject to COA rules, and at the same time, and they will also be subject to an internal and an external auditor.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor, for answering that, my question on that. Doon naman po sa yung capitalization na panggagalingan po ng pera para dyan sa invest sa Maharlika Fund, saan po manggagaling yung mga perang yun? Kasi marami pong mga nag-react In fact, when it came out sa news that yung pera mula sa SSS saka sa GSIS ay kasama sa magiging source ng fund at siyempre marami pong pumalag at hindi gusto na marinig yun. So, are we sure na hindi po magagalaw yung pondo ng SSS at GSIS para mapunta po sa Maharlika Fund?
Opo, para sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan, yung naka-express sa bill specifically that the SSS and any other government pension funds will neither be asked nor required. This is expressed word for word in the bill. Will neither be asked nor required to contribute to the Maharlika bill,
Okay.
Maharlika Fund.
Okay. Your Honor, sa Section 6 of the committee report, 10% of the national government's share from the income of PAGCOR shall be considered as contribution to the national government to the Maharlika Investment Fund. Paano po kinukompute yung 10%?
In accordance with PAGCOR's charter, its earnings are distributed as follows. 5% of its earnings from its franchise goes to the BIR as a franchise tax. After that, 50% of the 95% balance after deducting the franchise tax goes to the National Treasury as the national government share. And of the national government's share, 50% of this is allocated for the funding of the Universal Healthcare Act. And 60 million per year is remitted to the Dangerous Drugs Board, which is equivalent to approximately 5 million per month. And 1 billion per year is earmarked for the funding of the Philippine Space Act for a period of 5 years. Just as an example, if based on the numbers this year, if 10% of the national government's share from the income of PAGCOR will be used to capitalize the Maharlika Investment Corporation, the breakdown, it will amount to approximately 2.64 billion pesos. Kung gagamitin po natin yung revenue, yung performance ng PAGCOR this year.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, in a briefing by the Department of Finance, it mentioned that there is a proposed consolidation of Land Bank and Development Bank or DBP. Ano po yung implikasyon with this Land Bank and Development Bank magme-merge, especially to the required separate contributions? Yung Land Bank of the Philippines, I would assume 50 billion po yun and DBP is 25 billion. Paano po ito?
Should this merger occur, then it will be the single entity that will be investing in the MIC, and the surviving bank will absorb the required capital infusion of the absorbed bank. So in effect, instead of one board, one seat for the Land Bank and the DBP, the new entity, the new bank will have 2 seats, and their commitment will be the combined commitment of the Land Bank and the DBP.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last na lamang po, Your Honor. Possible po ba na pumasok sa isang put option contract ang Maharlika Investment Corporation sa mga high-risk investment nito para ma-ensure na yung perang ini-invest po ng Maharlika Fund kung sa amang kumpanya, mababawi pa rin kahit na nalugi na po yung kumpanyang pinag-investahan? Is this kind of contract in line with Section 4? Or the allowable investment provision of the bill?
Yes, this is in line with Section 14, but of course, we'll leave it to the IRR, to the discretion of the board, when they can exercise a put option. It can be among the many safety features, but of course, it's applicable or appropriate for a certain class of investments.
Okay, that's all, Mr. President and Your Honor. Thank you for answering all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, next to interpolate is our distinguished Senate President pro tempore, the distinguished lady from the great province of Antique and the pride of the Senate, Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
Our
Mr. President.
distinguished
Thank
colleague
you.
from the province of Antique and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Legarda.
Just make a comment. I really appreciate it when you say I'm from the province of Antique. That's my mother's side. My father is from Laguna, San Pablo, Laguna. I would appreciate it if my father's province may also be mentioned secondarily to Antique, so Laguna after, because that would mean a lot to my
May
father
I
who
ask if
still,
you're number one in Laguna?
yes,
There you go.
yes,
To the province of Laguna as well.
yes.
I will correct myself, Mr. President, not only
Antique.
from the great province of Antique, but also
Also
from the
greater
province
province
of Laguna.
Yes. My father is, he watches and he's very strong at 90 years old. And he says, why is my province never mentioned? And so I promised Papa that Laguna will be mentioned. Of course, my 89-year-old nanay who raised me from birth, she's Ilocana. Sabi niya, bakit ako wala? Ako nagpalaki sa'yo. So I'm
So
Ilocano at
from
heart. Yes.
Even Malabon, I remember when I was a younger.
And I think
member of
she's
Senate.
also from Bulacan, Mr. President. So should
But
we?
I recall, when I was in my first term here in 2007, she was known as the lady from Malabon also.
Because I was born in Malabon.
There.
Yes. Yes.
So what is
Republic
now?
of the Philippines.
And the Republic of
And
the
the Republic
Philippines.
of the-
Ah.
A to Z, Mr. President.
But because
Lord.
I heard you say that Senator Tulfo is from Isabela as well as Davao, so perhaps at least two provinces, so Antique and Laguna, and my father will be happy mentioning his province a second.
I submit, Mr. President, to the wisdom of our
Yes.
Senate President pro tempore. I think no one among us would dare challenge
The most seasoned member here
the most
in this
seasoned.
session, in
And
this
most-
Congress. Beautiful.
Yes, beautiful, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Move that she be recognized.
One of the most beautiful.
Just like,
Magagalit si Ma'am Risa sa atin.
One of the most.
One of the most beautiful, as there are several.
sabi nga ni
Please
Senator
proceed, please
Cayetano
proceed,
kanina,
Your
huwag na kayo maraming sinasabi at hindi ibig sabihin iikli yung interpellation. Hindi ba ganon? Oo. So,
Mr. President, that's most seasoned only in experience, but not in age. I just want to clarify.
Never in
that.
age, never in age.
yes. Because in terms of age, it is your dear beloved mother. Okay. Anyway, so it does not mean, however, Mr. President, that we're making light of the very important discussion on the floor. And as an officer of this institution, of course, eventually we will have to vote on the measure. And let me just state, Mr. President, that we are supportive of any measure that can enhance our sustainable development, that can help the economy grow, especially during our pandemic recovery, that can provide more jobs, where we create a vehicle or an institution that has been deemed successful in some jurisdictions, but also failed in some. And so while there are many questions in the minds of people who may not understand and completely comprehend the import of such a measure during this time, I feel it is incumbent upon me to be the voice of the people and ask very basic questions. Number one, for my education. Second, for clarification. Third, with your permission, Mr. President, esteemed sponsor, for enhancement at the proper time if you will accept our amendments. So that is the reason for my interpellation, because people might ask, she's in the leadership. Why is she asking a question? Just like the majority leader, I believe at the proper time will pose queries as well. So having said that, Mr. President, I simply want to understand the issue of capitalization. We discussed it, but this was not in session, so I want it on record. And I think the very competent and credible and hardworking tresurera of the Republic of the Philippines is behind you. We had the conversation about it, and I just want to put on record what we discussed yesterday. So my question is, because these were the queries in the beginning, tatagalugin ko po, saan po manggagaling ang capitalization, ang pagpondo sa isang institusyon na gagawin ng Kongreso sa Maharlika Corporation, Investment Corporation. Assuming yan ang magiging pangalan po ng korporasyon dahil alam naman natin sa ating paggagawa ng batas, nagbabago ang hugis at pangalan na maraming bagay. So, let's just start first with capitalization. For the first year upon its creation, where will it come from? And kindly explain to us after the first year up to the year onwards, fifth year, at paano po ito ibabalik sa mga ahensyang pinanggalingan? Ano pong ine-expect natin dyan? Basic question lang po muna.
Yes, maraming salamat po. At para sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan, ang magiging initial capitalization po ng Maharlika Fund ay 125 billion pesos. Yung 75 billion po ay galing po sa investable funds ng Land Bank of the Philippines and Development Bank of the Philippines. At yung 50 billion funds ay galing po sa contribution ng national government at kukunin po nilang contribution nila sa dividendo ng BSP, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Ngayon, for the first 2 years after passing this bill, ang magiging contribution ng BSP ay 100% ng dividendo nila. At after which 50% ng kanilang dividendo until they reach the 50 billion pesos. So depende po kung kailan nila abutin yung 50 billion threshold para ma-complete ang initial capitalization contribution nila.
Magsimula po muna tayo. Salamat po sa inyong sagot. May we start with the capitalization coming from the national government through the dividends of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Pag sinabi po natin na 50 billion, is it a one-time contribution? But in my understanding from your question, it will be in tranches, and on the second year, it will be 50%. Could you kindly walk us through the process? Because you said until such time that the 50 billion is met. How many years will this be? Is it stated in the measure, in the committee report? Is it going to be stated in the IRR? What, in your view, will be the estimated timeline of the 50 billion contribution to the capitalization of the Maharlika Fund? Will the BSP contribute?
Yes, for the government contribution of 50 billion pesos is provided for in the law that in this law that initially for the first 2 years, 100% of the dividends. Now, of course, we cannot completely predict what the dividends will be the first 2 years, but the length of the payment will depend on how large the dividends. If they reach the dividend target in 2 years, they will no longer be required to remit their dividends. Now, should it go past the initial 2 years of 100%, they will remit 50% of their dividends up until they reach the 15 billion peso commitment as provided for in the law. Yes.
Okay. Just so that we understand the dividends coming from Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. For the year 2022, magkano po ang dividendo mula sa BSP?
It was approximately 20 billion pesos.
In 2022, 20 billion dividends from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Where are these dividends invested in, and at what time during the fiscal year?
Yes, these funds are remitted to the National Treasury, and it's the Executive Department that will ultimately propose where these funds will be used in the budget.
Yes. So 20 billion pesos for 2022 comprise the dividends from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, which is remitted from the BSP to the National Treasury.
Yes.
So that is in the Executive Department under the Department of Finance. Yes.
That is correct.
It is lodged in the Treasury under the DOF. It is already in the Executive Department. What do we do with the 20 billion under the Department of Treasury? Is that part of is it made part of the general appropriations, which is a source of funding for our annual budget? Is it part of the automatic appropriations? Or is it used elsewhere? I want to understand the utilization of the dividends of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, which is annually remitted from the BSP to the executive department through the treasury.
Right, as of now, the remittances are used for the capitalization of the Bangko Sentral because of the law.
I want to understand, Mr. President, you say that the 20 billion, for example, of the 2022 dividends of the BSP is brought to the treasury, which is under the DOF.
Yes.
And therefore already within the jurisdiction of the executive department. May I know whether it stays in the treasury? What is it utilized for annually?
Yes, upon remittance to the National Treasury, it is automatically remitted to the BSP under the amendments to the BSP charter.
So the dividends from the BSP is brought to the treasury and remitted back to the BSP
Yes,
as an
as
additional
additional capitalization.
capitalization. If the dividends will be utilized for the capitalization of this new institution we are creating, what will the treasury give the BSP for the capitalization based on the law that we are funding, Mr. President?
Well, based on our discussions with the BSP, they found this, it is acceptable to them. It may cause some delays, but these are acceptable delays. And of course, they have to look at this issue from a holistic perspective, a whole of government perspective, which overall, it will be beneficial to government. So the BSP is on board. They're willing to accept this should there be any delays because of this. And at the same time, there is a provision in the law that allows for the president to make changes in the amount that is remitted should the need arise.
I would like to understand, Mr. President, the law, can you kindly cite the law that dictates the additional capitalization for the BSP to which the treasury remits the funds coming from the dividends? May I know the name of the law? What year was it enacted? And yes.
It's under RA 7211. 11211. 11211. RA
What is the name?
11211.
Increasing the yes, that is the law increasing the capitalization of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, right? What?
Section 2 of Republic Act number 7653 as amended by Republic Act number 11211.
Yes, yes, so that law increases the capitalization of the BSP, and the dividends which is lodged in the treasury is reverted back to the BSP to comply with this law increasing the capitalization. And my question is that, am I understanding it correctly, Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you. So if this is utilized for another purpose other than funding the increase in capitalization of the BSP, where will the NG get the funds needed to comply with this measure?
Which the measure of the Maharlika?
Yes.
Where will the
Since since in the proposed bill, we will utilize the funding for the increase in the capitalization of the Bangko Sentral for the Maharlika, what is the source of funds then for the capitalization increase of the BSP?
Well, as mentioned earlier, the BSP has already expressed that they can accommodate the delay in its capital buildup, given certain circumstances, one of them being the BSP's improved financial position over the
Yes,
past 3 years. Of course, the improvements in the
Under the
BSP's cumulative equity for the period of 2019 to 2021. The expanded policy toolkit under RA 11211 and the purchase of secondary market to support GS. Accumulation of government securities to the purchase in the secondary market. So, and of course, like I cited earlier, it is provided for in the bill. This is not set in stone, and should the need arise that we need to make changes in the amount that is remitted to the for the Maharlika Fund initial capitalization, there is a clause here that would allow the president to make the necessary changes should the need arise. But the BSP is willing to accept this delay given the more favorable economic conditions and performance over the past few years.
Thank you for that answer. Bear with me. I want to understand, Mr. President, what is the impact, the effect, the repercussion, if any, of so-called delay? I want to understand if there is a delay in the implementation of the increase in the capitalization of the BSP, what would its impact be to the economy, to our liquidity? Ano po ang ibig sabihin ng hindi pagpondo sa batas na ito na pinasa natin para pong dagdagan ang capitalization ng central bank? How will the non-payment to the BSP affect its own capitalization requirement? Because we are taking away from the BSP to create the Maharlika. So the non-payment for its own capitalization, they ask for it. That's why there is a law, but we're taking it away from them. And they claim they can wait. But anything that is delayed or not paid will have a repercussion, I hope not adverse, but adverse or not, patience or not, may I be made to understand, please, the possible implications of the non-payment?
Well, the economic managers have deemed the banking system at this point to be strong. The position of government is also, the banking system is very robust. So there's no immediate need to complete the capitalization. I mean, of course, it will be done eventually, but this the Maharlika was deemed a necessary instrument right now because what we're looking for is we want to spur economic development, and we see the Maharlika as a way to further boost our economic performance, GDP, and looking at from a looking at from holistically, looking at the priorities between the need for this economic pump priming, and because of the robust banking sector, the economic managers have deemed that right now the Maharlika can be serviced in the short term so that it can boost our economy and allow us to recover even faster from the COVID.
Thank you for that. May I know, Mr. President, based on this law which increases the capitalization of the Banco Central, how much dividends or how much capitalization increase has the national government already given the Banco Central? Because they say they don't need it now because the economy is strong. Magkano na po ang nailaan at nabigay sa kanila na sinasabi nilang hindi na muna kailangan?
Out of the 200 billion that is needed, 60 billion has already been remitted
60 billion.
for the capitalization of the
And
additional capitalization.
additional capitalization. And that would not be regular depending on the annual dividends, right? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
it's yes.
And
It really depends on the annual.
and-
dividends.
after the 50 billion NG contribution, it would revert back to the increase in capitalization of the Banco Central. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that is
understanding?
correct, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Yes. So assuming next year or this year, assuming we pass this measure, and this year it's 20 billion, then the whole on the first year will be 20 billion. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes, that is
President?
correct. That is correct. Up
And
to the
that-
point that the 50 billion is
Until-
complete.
And then the next year, I heard you say half,
The first 2 years will be 100% of the
100%.
dividends.
assuming it's 20 billion like last year, 20 billion
10.
again next year.
Yeah,
So
so
on
that's
the
10.
third year, 10 na
At
lang.
200, at 20 and 20, yes,
20,
100%. So
And then it would revert back until they meet the
The 50.
200 billion required under the law.
Yes, yes.
Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, that is correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
So assuming it would be 3 years, where 100% for the next 2 years will be given to the Maharlika and 50% on the forthcoming to meet the 50 billion. Can the Banco Central afford this non-payment of capitalization, Mr. President? There must be some.
Yes, this has already been, we've discussed this again with the economic managers, and they found this arrangement to be acceptable. Again, they found that the benefits that we will receive from the Maharlika will, of course, make these temporary delays acceptable and will contribute to our economy.
Thank you for that. I would like to know, Mr. President, aside from the utilization for increased capitalization of the BSP dividends, what was it used for before the enactment of the law increasing the capitalization? Where were the dividends used after it being brought to the Treasury?
Prior to that, it was used to fund the budget.
GAA.
Yeah, the GAA.
The budget. And so, assuming, just for the sake of argument, that we are not utilizing it for the 200 billion increase in capitalization of the new law of the BSP, and assuming there is no Maharlika fund, the dividends coming from the Banco Central can be used to fund additional GAA needs of the various government agencies as it has been utilized in the past years, if not decades. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, yes.
So may I know what year was the last utilization of the BSP dividends for GAA? Before the enactment, I guess, of the capitalization increase law,
2018.
2018. May I know, or just have an estimate, Mr. President, how much was the remittance of the BSP dividends to the Treasury, where the Treasury had utilized those funds for the General Appropriations Act?
In 2018, the amount was 17 billion.
17 billion. Okay. And may I know why would there be a need for the BSP to utilize its dividends for the Maharlika funds capitalization when the GAA, we always say, kulang ang pondo eh, walang pera eh. Whether it's for increase in teacher salaries, whether it's for increase in the minimum wage, or to keep our nurses on shore or in the Philippines, or even, let's say, the school building program, or for healthcare. There's so many needs. May I know, for those who crafted the measure, bakit po nakasama ang mga dividendo mula sa Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas na gagamitin sa dagdag na kapitalisasyon ng BSP ayon sa bagong batas, pero bago pa naman nun ay pwede pong gamitin para sa probisyon ng annual budget sa maraming nangangailangan na departamento, programa at ahensya ng gobyerno.
Thank you for that question. And I'd like to state that I think the Maharlika Fund will actually provide us additional fiscal space. We have many flagship projects that we fund mostly, and from my experience as Secretary of Public Works, a majority of our flagship projects are funded through debt, foreign or otherwise. And it's time that it's time that we start accessing equity funding rather than just debt funding. And I think that it would also open a lot of doors in terms of foreign investments that want to come in. There are a lot of foreign investors who are looking for equity positions here in the Philippines. The Maharlika Fund would allow them to do that. So we'd be able to utilize a lot of funds in order to fund a lot of flagship projects in not just in the DPWH, but other departments. And this would in turn free up funds for other spending in the government, social or otherwise. And at the same time, it will also yield an income for our government, which I think we need to do. It's always been traditionally debt or GAA. I think that now is the time, especially given the circumstances of that COVID has brought about. We've seen the economic destruction that the COVID has created. It's now time that we access additional funding, which is available to us, which will be made available to us once the Maharlika is passed. So I think this measure addresses a lot of the concerns about our government spending because it actually will give us more fiscal space. It will give us a long-term source of income and will maximize the use of our investable funds, which aren't, as of now, are not necessarily maximized to their potential, and they're not necessarily used to fund social economic projects that would help us in the short and the long term. So that's why we feel Maharlika is needed at the soonest possible.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. President. My question was, the funds from BSP were traditionally used to fund GAA before the new law in the increase in capitalization. And I agree with you that yes, equity funding is important and the sources should not just be debt financing or GAA. But these funds could rightfully be used for GAA to fund the very projects that the MIC can be funding. So why do we envision that the BSP dividends should be utilized for the capitalization start of MIC and not just go directly to utilizing it as always it's been before 2018 for the government programs under GAA?
Yes.
Kasi dadami naman po. I believe in the measure in having a sovereign wealth fund. But my question was this specific source which could be utilized directly if it were placed in the GAA. And MIC will still be enacted into law. Land Bank and DBP will still have it. But I'm specifically asking the dividends from BSP, which traditionally has been utilized to fund GAA.
Yes, Mr. President, we perfectly respect your opinion, Mr. President, and it is the opinion of our economic managers that at this point, given the conditions now with the robust banking system and the need to pump prime our economy and the need to put our money in income-generating placement, it is the opinion of the economic managers that this would be the most judicious or the most, the most productive manner to use those funds at this moment.
Thank you. I want to understand it fully, Mr. President. May I please be elucidated on what is the difference of funding a big ticket item of infrastructure, let's say the Bataan-Cavite infrastructure project, the bridge, whether from the MIC or whether, let's say, with the DOTR or the DPWH, which you headed, under the GAA. What is the difference, difference? Because, as I said, I'm just referring to this source of capitalization. I'm not questioning the Land Bank or the DBP investable funds, but the dividends from BSP, which traditionally is used to fund GAA. And we always say, kulang ng pera sa GAA, but we are using it for capitalization of MIC. Mabubuo naman at mabubuhay ang MIC kung wala itong source of funds na pang GAA.
Yes.
May I see the difference of whether it comes from GAA or comes from a newly created institution, MIC, and the source is the same,
Yes.
the BSP dividend?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking from my experience as the former Secretary of Public Works, I know that there's a large there's a large amount or large value of projects that are sourced from foreign funding. And if you see it in the GAA, which I'm sure you've seen in the appropriations, the ODA funding, meaning there's a corresponding level of debt that is associated with that funding. Under the Maharlika, some of those funds, some of those projects can be financed through equity coming from various sources. It can come from maybe perhaps foreign funds. It can come from, of course, partially will come from our investable funds from our government. So if you look at it from that perspective, you can see that instead of incurring additional debt that would affect our fiscal position, we could fund some of these big ticket projects with these equity placements from various sources who have expressed interest already as early as now in the Maharlika Fund. And this would in turn allow the Department of Budget to free up more resources for other priorities of government while maintaining the ratios that are needed in order to while maintaining the ratios needed to maintain our economic standing, the debt to GDP ratio, and other relevant financial metrics that we need to maintain. So that's for me. That I think that that is why we need to pass this so that we can create some fiscal space. The GAA does not generate long-term income for the government. We need to generate long-term income for government. So, if our money is not working for us, inflation is eating away at the value of our money. We need to put it in productive placements. And the Maharlika is the means to do that. It's the means to create wealth for our nation. It's the means to give us fiscal space. And it's the means to bring us out faster from the COVID-19 economic tragedy.
Yes, I am one with the sponsor in saying that the MIC is essential towards our economic recovery. My only question was the source from GAA, and I am not very comfortable with that because it's been traditionally used for GAA, and I've said that many times to our economic managers. Is there another source rather than the BSP dividends that can be used for GAA? I'm sure they've scarred the sources of funds. Are there any other sources so that we do not touch what could be used for our annual budget?
Well, based on again, these sources were identified by the economic managers, including they were also mentioned PAGCOR, where about their estimate was about 2.64 billion. And of course, we mentioned the investable funds of the land bank, but this is another source of funds that was identified by the economic managers. And my understanding of this is because of the improved robustness of the banking system in the Philippines now, it would allow us to some leeway in order to invest some of these funds in projects that not only provide a good return for government, but also allows us to increase the number of flagship projects for our socio-economic agenda. So I mean, I'm sure there are different sources, but these are also the ones identified by the economic managers, and they feel based on the economic conditions and based on their expertise, these are the sources of funding that they have identified.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I will now go to the other sources of funding, which you mentioned, the 75 billion from the Land Bank and the Development Bank of the Philippines. That's 75 billion to complete the 125 billion. Yes. These are the investable funds of Land Bank and DBP, equally divided, Mr. President?
No, they are not. It's 50 billion pesos for Land Bank and
Land
25 for
Yes.
DBP.
Okay. These are investable funds, loanable funds.
Yes.
Yes. May I know, Mr. President, Land Bank, what is the mandate of Land Bank to lend to the agriculture sector, to the farmers,
Yes, that's
fisher folks,
included.
small businesses? Yeah.
What is the exact name? Yes, that is included in the charter.
That's
I
included.
can read the whole charter.
Yes,
but,
no, you're
yes,
familiar with that. I just
yes.
wanted to put it on record. And so there's so much need for our farmers and fisher folks to put food on the table. At least 50% of our population are from that sector to be helped. And may we know why the land bank cannot instead utilize that fund to help our farmers, fisher folks, among many other sectors that it can help under its mandate.
Yes, thank you for that.
Kasi tatanungin po kayo at gusto ko lang magkaroon ng sagot sa katanungan, bakit ka bumoto para sa Maharlika Fund? Ang nagpondo niyan, ang 50 billion para sa pera na ilalaan sana sa mga magsasakat mangingisda at sa maliliit na negosyo, ba't linagay sa Maharlika na hindi namin naintindihan? Inday Loren, sana pinautang na lang sa amin. Gusto ko po maintindihan, ano po ang hamon ng land bank na hindi nila kayang ipautang ito? Yes.
First, I'd like to answer your question in two parts. The first part is at this point, the Land Bank of the Philippines has exceeded its target by. Yeah, it's outstanding. It's at 272 billion. And I think it's important to understand also that in this, being a bank, it also has a lot of, a majority, I think, are in T-bills. Most of their investments are actually in T-bills. And that yield a very low rate of return, approximately 4%, which given the high inflation now, it's actually not that good a performance. So there is a need to increase the yields for the Land Bank of the Philippines. And at the same time, this will not affect. It's important to para sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan, walang effect po sa loanable funds sa mga magsasaka. In fact, nag-exceed na sila ng target. We're only talking about the other investments that the land bank, or the other uses of the investable funds that they have being a bank. That now with the Maharlika, they can invest in some instruments that give them a high yield. So they can exceed the inflation, the existing inflation. And at the same time, with this high yield, these projects the priority is, of course, projects that help these sectors, such as agriculture, energy, infrastructure.
That's important. And that's
Yes.
what I wanted to elicit from the good sponsor. That number one, Land Bank has met, if not exceeded, its target in terms of funds that are meant to be lent to our small farmers, fisher folks, MSMEs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sabi ko sa inyo, friendly interpolation to kasi may pinupuntos ako. So, na-meet na niya ang target niya. And because the Maharlika will ensure a higher yield for other funds available, then this would augur well for the health of the bank. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Now we go to Development Bank of the Philippines. May I know the reason why it will also fill up part of the 75 billion? What is the mandate of the DBP? Still, are small infrastructure, MSMEs,
Yes, you're
rural-
correct. You're
rural
correct. Yes,
sector.
rural, of course,
Yes,
developmental
yes.
project, hence the name Development Bank of the Philippines. So yes, these develop.
has it met its target as well?
It's important to note that just to put things in perspective, they have investable funds of 800 billion pesos. This is 25 billion is accounts for about about 3% of the total investable funds. So actually, it doesn't account for a very large portion. Again, for the same reason that it won't affect the Land Bank of the Philippines, Mr. President, for the same reason that I mentioned earlier for the Land Bank of the
Because of
Philippines.
a higher yield.
Yes, it
Okay.
allows them for a high yield. And more importantly for us to know is that aside from a higher yield, these projects are projects that will benefit our various sectors and benefit in a way with scale. So, these aren't small ticket projects. These are big ticket projects that have scale and that have a significant effect on the economy.
There is the proposed merger between the Land Bank and the DBP. May we know if there's any effect on their contribution to the Maharlika Fund?
Basically, the commitments will be consolidated into one entity. So if should the merger push through, then the two seats, if since Land Bank and DBP were assigned one seat each because of their investments, the new entity will have two seats. And because the commitment of the Land Bank is 50 billion and the commitment of the Development Bank of the Philippines is 25, the commitment of the new entity will be 75 billion pesos, still coming from its investable funds.
Thank you for that. Now, I just go now to sections in the measure, Mr. President, and I will read the page and the line so that I can be enlightened. On section 6, capitalization and initial funding on page 5, lines 1 to 5, it states, provided that the foregoing contributions shall be subject to the automatic review of the Secretary of Finance every 5 years, taking into consideration the adequacy of the fund in relation to the objectives of this act, etc., up to economic environment. I just wanted to be clarified. What do you mean by foregoing contributions? What does it pertain to? Does it only qualify the contribution of the national government, or does it pertain to the whole capitalization and funding as enumerated in section 6?
This provision is particularly for the national government, applies to the national government.
Only to the national government.
Yes.
Thank you. Again, on section 6 on capitalization and initial funding, provides that the funding of PAGCOR will be for a period of 5 years. As presently worded, there is no similar 5 years cap with regard to other government-owned gaming operators and or regulators. May we clarify whether it is the intent of the sponsor that a 5-year limit only applies to the funding of PAGCOR and does not apply to other government-owned gaming operators or regulators, which shall have or contribute 10%
Yes.
of the revenues?
In order for PAGCOR to sustain its current funding obligations as well as provide for future funding obligations, they requested that the duration of the funding obligation be limited to 5 years. So that's
For PAGCOR
yes,
alone?
yes.
So as a follow-up, since its contributions are subject to the automatic review of the Secretary of Finance every 5 years, does this mean that the Secretary of Finance may extend the funding of PAGCOR to more than 5 years?
No, it's in the law that it's only until 5 years.
Only until 5 years, no extension after 5 years.
Yeah. Yes, it's yes, that's correct.
In the last paragraph of section 6, capitalization and initial funding, it states that, and I quote, under no circumstances shall the GOCCs provide for the social security of government employees, private sector workers, etc., government GSIS, SSS, Home Development Mutual Fund be requested or required to contribute to the MIC. May we clarify, Mr. Sponsor, whether the GSIS, SSS, HDMF, and other GOCCs providing social security may voluntarily contribute to the Maharlika Fund?
Voluntarily, yes.
Voluntarily.
Voluntarily.
Since it says here there is no need, but voluntarily they
Yes.
may, they can,
But again, yes, the
Thank you.
exact wording, they will not be requested nor required.
but may voluntarily. Thank you. My next question, Mr. President, is section 12, number 1, establishment of the Maharlika Investment Fund, and it states, and I read, other GFIs and GOCCs may invest into the MIF subject to their respective investment and risk management strategies and approval of the respective boards. May the GSIS, SSS, HDMF, and other GOCCs providing social security be requested or required to contribute to the Maharlika Fund?
Are you, sorry, I didn't catch your question, Mr. President. What is the
Because
question?
it says in section 12, number 1, other GFIs and GOCCs may invest into the MIF subject to the respective investment and risk management strategies and approval of the respective boards. Close quotation. My question, Mr. Sponsor, is may the GSIS, SSS, HDMF, and other GOCCs providing our social security be requested or required later on to contribute to the Maharlika?
That is expressly forbidden in the law. They cannot be, they will not be requested nor required.
No required. Very clear. So is there a provision? I think we should specify in the bill that the GSIS, SSS, HDMF, and other GOCCs providing social security shall not be requested or required to contribute to the Maharlika Fund. Is there a part of the bill that says so very clearly? At no time will the GSIS and all other social security GOCCs?
Yeah,
That's-
it's actually.
that's very clear.
Yes, it's
Okay.
actually expressly provided for.
That's
in
very clear.
The law.
Yes, but they are
Section six.
allowed to, they're not required,
No
but
request.
are they allowed to voluntarily contribute or invest in the fund? It's not a requirement, but eventually will they, if they voluntarily think it's a good investment, if it flies, can they?
If
Will
they
they?
voluntarily, yes, they can, if they feel, obviously, if they feel that it's like any other investment, if they feel it's
Yes.
a good investment.
So they are not being utilized for the initial capitalization
No, they are not, and they will not be
Yes.
requested.
and not be
They will not be
requested.
requested nor required to. invest
But
at
they
any point.
can voluntarily contribute or invest in the fund eventually.
Yes,
Okay. They are not disqualified because they are our social security GOCCs. No.
well, yes, again,
They can.
it's like any other investment. They have the discretion whether to invest or not if they feel that it's in their best, if it's in their best interests.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that. On section 24, on the duties and qualifications of the Chief Investment and Operating Officer, it provides that the CIOO shall be appointed by the Board of Directors, terminated for a term as provided for in the implementing rules and regulations. May this representation, Mr. President, seek clarification on the rationale for not setting the term of the CIOO in the bill itself and leaving it to the IRR. Would there be a
Well,
possibility that the?
Of course, we
Yes.
like to give them the flexibility to decide on if should there be any reason for terminating or otherwise. But of course, this representation is open to any suggestions if we can if it's felt that there should be
I know.
a
Okay.
fixed term.
May we hear the view of the sponsor, whether it is better that this is already specified in the bill, in the law, rather than leave it to the IRR in terms of setting the term of the CIO?
I guess, if you were to ask this representation, I would, in this particular instance, I would think that perhaps it would be more practical to give them the flexibility, should at least if the performance of the CIOO, of the Chief Investment and Operating Officer, is not up to par, they will have the option to to terminate or to take action should should they not be satisfied with the performance of the CIO.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. President. Now, on Section 27, in the Risk Management Unit, it states that the Risk Management Unit is composed of 5 members. I will no longer read it. It says a professional, etc., and then 4 members consisting of the senior executives, independent director, and 1 auditor. May we clarify which auditor is being referred to, because there is an internal auditor on Section 36 and an external auditor in 37.
This was, just to clarify, this refers to an internal auditor.
So letter B refers to the one of the 5 members is the internal auditor. Yes. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. President. In Section 16 of the bill, it states that, and I quote, "In no case shall the MIC in whatever manner or device invest in areas that are explicitly prohibited under existing laws and conventions to which the Philippines is a party," unquote. We take note, Mr. President, that this is different from the provision on prohibited investments found in your Senate Bill 1670 and in 1814, Senator Tulfo and House Bill 6608, which provides in Section 14 prohibited investments. It has identification of those which are prohibited. I won't read everything, but A, activities related to Commission on Human Rights violations, including but not limited to indigenous peoples, farmers, fisher folks. B, activities related to production of munitions, nuclear arms. C, activities and investments resulting in corporations with a record of serious degradation of the environment, etc. These are no longer present, if I'm reading correctly, in the present bill, but it is contained in the 2 bills of Your Honor and Senator Tulfo.
Yes, with regarding to this, the reason why we put this in this particular wording is to one, to simplify, also to expand. Actually, there are a lot of other organizations that were not included in the original list, and we feel that it would be fair to make this kind of to put down this kind of wording, so that it's, because a lot of those that were mentioned fall under this definition, which they're explicitly prohibited. Like, for instance, the production of nuclear weapons. These are things that are already prohibited under existing laws and conventions. So, in order to simplify and at the same time expand the list of these forbidden investments, we decided to use. It was more practical to use this wording.
Is it not possible to still carry what you had initially in your bill, Mr. President, and perhaps
We can. Yes, we are amenable to that.
because you
Most
have
of those are carried under this definition, just so.
Yes.
Yes, for the information.
I know what you mean. It simplifies and shortens it, but it's also good to explain. And in letter D, it says similar activities, investments, and corporations. Then perhaps E could be and many other activities that may not be referred to above, or something like that.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
open to that.
Yes.
We're open to that kind of amendment. Yes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. On Section 20, I think this is a typographical error. Board of Directors, page 10, lines 26, 27, it says, shall not hold any other public office or public office during their tenure. It is simply a typo error. It's
Where is this? I'm sorry.
in page 10, lines 26 and 27, it says, no one shall serve in board in the full time, shall not hold any other public office or public office during their tenure. You mean public office during their tenure? Is it?
Yes, I think, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
public office during
Yeah,
their,
that's a typo. Should not
It's a
yeah,
typo.
public office or public
okay,
office.
very clear.
Sorry, this.
powers and functions on Section 29, letter O, Mr. President, states that one of the functions of the Board of Directors is to submit semestral reports on investment performance to the advisory body and to the President of the Republic of the Philippines. For transparency and in connection with Section 40 of the bill, which creates a joint congressional oversight committee, would you suggest, would you agree, Mr. President, that we include the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee as one of the entities given the semestral report on the investment performance?
We would not object to such a proposal.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Now, there are exemptions on Section 32 from applicability of the GOCC Governance Act of 2011. It says, except as otherwise provided in this act, the MIC shall be subject to the provisions, etc., of the GOCC Governance Act of 2011. May we be enlightened, Mr. President, what are the exemptions? May we request from the sponsor to specify what are those exempt from the GCG law?
We have certain requirements that here listed, such as the ownership. Okay. Well, of course, like with regards to, for instance, with regards to compensation and other in the organizational structure, we feel that it's expressed in the law that the organizational structure is approved by the board of directors. So that is what will be followed as. And the board of directors, which we've already enumerated, the DOF, secretary, appointed by the other, some directors are appointed by the president. Yes.
As a follow-up, Mr. President, may we confirm that the MIC is subject to Section 5 of the GCG law, which states, and I would like to read it, creation of the Governance Commission for Government-Owned and Controlled Corporations shall have the following powers: to evaluate the performance and determine the relevance of the GOCC, to ascertain whether the GOCC should be organized, merged, streamlined, abolished, or privatized in consultation with the department or agency to which a GOCC is attached. Upon determination by the GCG that it is to the best interest of a state that the GOCC should be organized, merged, streamlined, abolished, it says it will implement the reorganization, etc., or recommend to the president the abolition. So may we know whether it is subject to this provision as well?
Yes, 5A of the GOCC Governance Act of 2011 specifically empowers the GCG to evaluate the performance, as you said, and determine the relevance of the GOCC, to ascertain whether such GOCC should be reorganized, merged, streamlined, abolished, or privatized in consultation with the department of agency to which the GOCC is attached. So yes, it does fall under this.
Kasi nakalagay sa kanya, maging capitalization ng PLC. Yeah. Ang provision na is it should be delegated to the president. Yes, in case na mag-increase pa sila sa 500 billion, gusto nila i-delegate sa president. Sa atin ho, where is it? Sa atin, section 7.
Okay, yeah.
It should be better. It should
Legislation. Correct. Yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. President. May I know, Mr. President, why is it called Maharlika? And are you open to suggestions on another name? We just want to know the significance, perhaps, and shouldn't the fund directly say what it is empowered or wants to do?
Well, Maharlika meaning warrior, I guess. Some of the characteristics of a warrior being resilient, strong, aggressive. I think that's why he was chosen for the fund. But of course, this is a democracy, and these things can certainly be discussed. We can discuss.
Okay.
But
Thank you, Mr. President. So you're not too hot on that. Okay. Increase in, I started with capitalization, And I will end with capitalization, Mr. President. The increase in capitalization under the present version, we leave it to the president. Is that not correct, Mr. President?
It was copied from the Land Bank Charter.
Yes, yes. Should we not require legislation for the increase in capitalization of the MIC instead of delegating this to the board, subject to the approval, or leaving it to the president? I believe that the BSP requires legislative action when it increases its capital to 200B, right? That's why we have the law increasing the capitalization of the Banco Central to 200B, and that's why we're using it. So should we not require legislation to increase capitalization that will give Congress the opportunity to evaluate the performance of the MIC?
I think in terms of evaluation, I believe that, well, I believe right now there is the oversight. Well, I don't believe there is an oversight provision by Congress in the law. So there will be oversight from Congress under the existing bill, under the proposed bill.
Yes, I understand what you mean, that there will be a congressional oversight committee, but as the Banco Central, they went to Congress to seek for an increase in capitalization. Would the sponsor be amenable to the possibility that this will be legislated instead of a provision in the existing measure where we leave it to the board or the president to increase capitalization, but instead require that there be legislation, just like other measures?
I would have to consult a little further to formulate my own personal opinion regarding that, Mr. President. Perhaps I can be afforded more time to analyze that proposal.
I would like to thank you for being open-minded. Thank you also for being candid. I appreciate your candor. I don't expect immediate decisions or answers right away, except that we know that if the Banco Central would come to Congress for increase in capitalization, why not this entity which we are creating as well? So there is a model, right? So it could probably be subject to further discussion and a proposed amendment, and I would appreciate that. So as you see, Mr. President, all of my questions have led to possible amendments, and I am grateful to the kind sponsor for his patience in explaining to me the elements and provisions of the MIC.
Yes, and
So-
I'd like to thank the Congress, the senator from Antique and Laguna for her very intelligent, very important questions, so that we can bring more information to the public about the Maharlika bill, because that is what we want. We want this sort of questioning. So I'm very thankful to the senator for bringing up these issues and allowing us the opportunity to bring to the public more details about the Maharlika bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just one last question before I yield, Mr. President. May we know whether the contributions of the national government to the MIC will be appropriated, or are these automatically appropriated?
Well, under the bill, these will be automatically appropriated as it's as provided for in the law, and the Treasury will create a mechanism to do so.
It will be under automatic appropriations, yes. So once again, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President, for some sort of enlightenment. Yes, and I would appreciate further discussions with the economic managers on areas which I deem would enhance the measure para din pong mas makampante rin ang taong bayan sa kanilang mga agam-agam. So at the proper time, I will submit my amendments. I appreciate the sponsors' answers, comprehensive answers to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. And we appreciate all her questions and clarifications asked to the sponsor.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 20201. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
have been no objection. Bill is suspended.
It has a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2165 under Committee Report number 64.
Oh,
This is-
we have to wait for, I believe the minority leader asked for permission if he can have a toilet break. So we continue suspending the session for a while waiting the minority leader. Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2165 under Committee Report number 64. This is the Automatic Income Classification of Local Government Units Act.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is we have sponsored the measure. On that note, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, and to interpellate Senator Aquilino Pimentel.
Yes, our distinguished sponsor, Senator J.V. Ercito, is recognized, and to our interpellates our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our Deputy Majority Leader. And with the permission of our sponsor, if I can
Yes,
just ask some clarificatory questions, Mr. President, to enlighten us about the measure.
Yes, certainly. Any query from the minority leaders, most welcome.
Is this bill, Mr. President, amending an existing law?
No. No, Your Honor.
Hindi po, di ba?
No, no, Your Honor.
Hindi, kasi judging from the form, it has been submitted. It is not an amendatory bill, Mr. President. So, what are the, if this is an entirely new law, what new ideas are contained in the measure, Mr. President?
Well, anyway, the objective, first of all, the objective by Your Honor, Mr. President, of the Automatic Income Classification of Local Government Units Act is to update the income class of LGUs according to their current financial capabilities, and also to authorize the Secretary of Finance to update the income ranges for the income classification of all provinces, cities, and municipalities. Because the last income classification, Your Honor, because it's done by Congress, was 2008, Your Honor, and that's 15 years ago. And a lot of cities, municipalities, and even provinces have already leveled up, Your Honor.
So there is already an existing system of classifying our LGUs, Mr. President, by income.
Yes, under EO 249 in 1987, Your Honor. As I mentioned, Your Honor, because it's done by Congress, the last reclassification was done 2008, and there have been 6 reclassification, 5 more income brackets, adjustments or revision, and the interval between years of reclassification varied from 2, 3, or 4 years, Your Honor.
May we know, Mr. President, what is that last act of Congress on the same subject matter so that we can follow, Mr. President? Kaya nga, local code yan eh.
Yung brackets dyan, for this last.
Your Honor, in 2008, the last reclassification was just a department order because it's just an EO
Yes.
249, no? So it has, we feel that it has to be updated regularly, so that all other LGUs, no, can already avail of the different benefits. For example, we use the income classification to determine the financial capability of LGUs to undertake developmental programs and priority projects. And likewise, the number of elected members is also set of the Sangguniang Bayan, will also depend on the classification. And also compensation adjustment for LGU personnel as provided under Section 10 of EO 201 will also depend on the classification, Your Honor. If I may add, it also provides limitations on the percentage of agricultural land area that can be reclassified and provide for the manner of their utilization.
So meron pong meron pong effect, may practical effect sa mga LGUs depending on how they are classified.
Yes, Your Honor. Meron pa nga kulang yung pong basis of the minimum wage of domestic workers under RA 10-10361 or the Kasambahay Law also depends on the classification of the LGUs, Your Honor.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. President. Actually, doon ako nagulat nung binasa ko po itong measure na ito. At siyempre, ang minimum na pangangailangan ng isang human being, halos pantay-pantay po yan kahit saan tayong rehiyon. So, on another topic siguro, Mr. President, we revisit that link between the kasambahays, ano tawag mo doon, legal pay with the classification of the LGU. Parang it's not germane. It's not germane to each other, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you
We have to
for
revise- I
thank you
agree
for
that
that
to
support,
revisit.
Mr. President. Does the local government code touch on this subject matter, Mr. President? Subject matter of our bill?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, don't we need a field to amend the local government code, Mr. President? Ito lang sa local code, section 8 lang.
About some question.
Oh, pero section 8 lang po, section 8 of a certain chapter.
Originally, Your Honor, we intended to amend the local government code, but due to the numerous provisions that need to be amended, we took it, we decided that we will just institutionalize the reclassification so that it can be, again, the LGUs can avail of their benefits right away. And the other things that I have enumerated earlier can already be adjusted accordingly, no? Because I feel that we have to at least reclassify regularly. As I would again reiterate that the last classification was still 2008, Your Honor. That's quite a long time already. So a lot of LGUs already have improved on their financial capability, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, maging standalone law na lang ito to govern this specific subject matter. And then, if there is an inconsistency anywhere in the code or in existing law, let the repealing clause take care of that, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. So that other things, no, like the annual regular income and other terms, annual regular income or the ARI and other terms can be clearly defined, Your Honor, through this measure.
The measure under consideration, Mr. President, classifies provinces into 6 classes. At current, how many classes are there for provinces, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. It's been classified in 6 classes. It's
So,
the same.
Same. How about the cities, Mr. President?
It's the same, Your Honor.
Same din po. And municipality, 6 classes din po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po.
That's correct.
So in effect, we just adjusted the brackets, tawagin na lang brackets, the lowest amount for the bracket and then the highest amount for the bracket. That's what we did, Mr. President.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Was there a formula which we used to fix the brackets, Mr. President? From the 2008 values, bale? Tama po ba yun? 2008 yung last, di ba? Opo.
Yeah, that is correct, Your Honor. So income ranges are computed by applying the growth rate increase in the annual regular income or the ARI from 2009 to estimated 2023 to the existing income ranges enumerated in the Department of Finance DO or Order 23/2008. The fiscal year 2023 ARI or the annual regular income was estimated using the actual 2021, fiscal year 2021 locally sourced revenues and added with the fiscal year 2023 indicative NTA data from DBM. This is to consider already the impact of increase in NTA in setting up the income ranges, Your Honor. Like for example,
Was it not, Mr. President, just a simple formula that we multiplied the minimum amount in a certain class by a certain number? Ganun pa ba ginawa natin?
ano ba natin? ARI tsaka.
And this is book 1,000 general provision.
Oh, ganun na pagkasulat. So section 8 yun, second paragraph.
Hindi, paano ba ko yung formula ko? Yung 20 check.
Galing mo. Galing ng siring mo, pare. Galing. Congrats.
While we're waiting for the answer of the sponsor, we just like to put on record that the Philippine team won the basketball gold. We got it once again when we lost it in Vietnam. So congratulations to the Philippine basketball team.
Mr. President, we beat USA, I mean Cambodia, Mr. President.
Okay.
Anyway, Mr. President, that question was just out of curiosity, so no need to answer. We have the brackets.
Okay.
We have the brackets anyway. Brackets are very clear.
Thank
Can-
you.
can I-
Sponsor, please proceed.
Yes. Can I ask the sponsor, Mr. President, if there was any clamor or request, or if he did not feel any need to adjust the number of classes, Mr. President? Di ba napakarami nung 6 classes pa? Di ba, can we not compress it into 4 classes of LGUs, Mr. President?
No, Your Honor, there was no request.
So as is lang
So
po.
as is.
Sige
We
po.
retain the 6 classes.
We'll just stick to the system that we already know, Mr. President.
The formula. What do you need? 231.
So, Mr. President, there is a section here which delegates to the Secretary of Finance the authority to not only to review the ranges or the brackets as we are using the term, no, but also to change the amounts found in the brackets, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. The Secretary of Finance will be given that authority.
That
But-
is the section actually, Mr. President, or the provision which worries me. This is this a delegation of our power, Mr. President? And do we want to really do this, Mr. President? Delegation of.
You're on delegating such authority to a specialized agency such as the DOF, which is the agency capable of conducting income reclassification based on its mandate under EO number 127. Particularly, Section 4 states that the Secretary of Finance shall be responsible for the supervision of the revenue operations of all local government units with the objective of making these entities less dependent on funding from the national government. And Your Honor, the exercise of updating and revising income ranges as part of the authorities of the DO is to ensure that operational difficulties would not arise. So anyway, the basis, Your Honor, will always be the income ranges and the ARI. ARI. And the ARI, or the annual regular income of each LGU. The annual regular income will always be the basis, Your Honor.
But our measure, Mr. President, mentions numbers. Kada class may number eh. Mayroon lower number, may higher number. So is this Section 5 delegation of authority to the Department of Finance Secretary, allowing him to change the numbers as they appear in the law, Mr. President? Or in the, yeah, once this bill becomes law?
Yes, Your Honor, it's yes, it's a delegation, but not a just delegation because we have set parameters. No, we have set the parameters, and it will again be based on that on the parameters that we have mentioned. Yeah, the income ranges.
We're looking at Section 5, Mr. President. So may I make of record my concern on possible undue delegation of legislative power and read into the record, Mr. President, the results of the research of my staff. In fairness to my staff, Mr. President. So potestas delegata non delegare potest. What has been delegated cannot be further delegated. Nonetheless, the general rule barring delegation of legislative powers is subject to recognized limitations or exceptions. And one is delegation to administrative bodies, which this might be the case. But in every case of permissible delegation, there must be a showing that the delegation itself is valid. And it is valid only if the law, number one, is complete in itself, setting forth therein the policy to be executed, carried out, or implemented by the delegate. And number two, fixes a standard, the limits of which are sufficiently determinate and determinable, to which the delegate must conform in the performance of his functions. A sufficient standard is one which defines legislative policy, marks its limits, maps out its boundaries, and specifies the public agency to apply it. It indicates the circumstances under which the legislative command is to be effected. Both tests are intended to prevent a total transference of legislative authority to the delegate, who is not allowed to step into the shoes of the legislature and exercise a power essentially legislative. In People versus Vera, chair number 45685, November 16, 1937, the court, through Justice Jose P. Laurel, expounded on the concept and extent of delegation of power in this wise. In testing whether a statute constitutes an undue delegation of legislative power or not, it is usual to inquire whether the statute was complete in all its terms and provisions when it left the hands of the legislature so that nothing was left to the judgment of any other appointee or delegate of the legislature. Now, Mr. President, applying those inputs, what concerns me is Section 5 of the measure, Mr. President. Are the anong tawag mo doon? Are the standards, the limitations found in Section 5, Mr. President? Or are these found in some other parts of the measure, Mr. President? And if yes, where are they found, Mr. President?
The review of the secretary of the institutions.
Wala eh. Sa 5. Sa 5. Sa iba.
Yes, Your Honor, in Section 5, the review of the income ranges, the power of secretary to review the income ranges
Change everything.
satisfies the standard for the non-delegation of the legislative power. And likewise, if I may add, Your Honor, Mr. President, during the hearing of the TWG itself, TWG, that DOJ was of the opinion that the bill should provide a provision for income targets or ranges. And this was in response to the query of this representation to the DOJ, whether the absence of parameters in the measure might result to undue delegation of legislative powers or lack of parameters in setting the income ranges. So further, the committee have set the income thresholds to ensure that the income ranges are equitably set by Congress and is not left entirely to the discretion of the implementing agency. And for us to have a preview of the effects of the new income ranges to our LGUs. Later on, Your Honor, Mr. President, the Department of Finance will be given the authority to review the income ranges and adjust or revise the same. So, as far as I can remember, Your Honor, just during the TWG that we asked this query
But is yes,
from
Mr.
the
President,
DOJ.
is the sponsor open to deleting the said delegation of authority? Anyway, that's a judgment. If it's a valid delegation, it's still a judgment call on the part of the legislature if you want to delegate or not. I say na, okay, even if let's assume, even if the measure is complete with all the standards, the legislature can choose to retain the power to amend the amounts in the brackets, Mr. President. At any rate, na malaki na rin po itong halaga na ito. For example, in the cities, first class would be a city that have the cities that have obtained an average annual regular income of 1,300,000,000 pesos or more. So average yun. So I don't know, ano siguro yan, 3 years yata, 3 running average po yun. So if the sponsor is amenable to not delegating the power, then at the proper time we will propose an amendment to that effect, Mr. President.
But Your Honor, Mr. President, this is the meat of the measure, no? Because if we depend on Congress, if we do not allow the automatic classification and the delegation, if we allow Congress, it will take longer, probably 3 years, or even that is probably the reason, Your Honor, that a lot of LGUs, no, were stuck in their classification for a long time, even though they were already qualified to level up or because of their annual revenue income and among others. So that's the meat of this bill, Your Honors. Anyway, we will have safeguards because the delegation to the secretary will always be on the basis of the parameters that have been set, most especially the capability of the LGUs or the ARIs or the annual revenue income, Your Honor.
Maybe be guided, Mr. President. Where is that parameter found in the measure? What page, what line number, what section is that?
Sa main section 4. Your Honor, it's found in section 4, the income classification of provinces, cities, municipalities. So it's stated here, provinces shall be classified into 6 classes according to income ranges based on the average annual regular income for 3 fiscal years preceding a general income reclassification. The classification shall be as follows.
Yes, Mr. President. Okay, so that
So first class up to
to
6.
spare our sponsor the effort of reading the But is Section 5, as I understand it, no? Does Section 5 authorize the Secretary of Finance to change the? Let's apply it. For example, the first class municipality, the amount for the average annual regular income is 200 million pesos or more. Is Section 5 authorizing the Secretary of Finance to change the 200 million pesos and make it 300 million pesos, Mr. President?
Based on yes, Your Honor, that's the meat of the measure to allow the Secretary of Finance to
That is what
review
Yeah,
and reclassify, but based again on the income ranges.
And yeah, so that's what worries me now, Mr. President. So tama pala yung worry ko. It's well grounded, Mr. President. Na ganun nga. Yes, the average annual regular income will be used by the Secretary of Finance to come up with a figure, attribute it to a certain municipality, and then look for the bracket where the municipality falls. That's a class. Ang problema if we now allow the Secretary of Finance to change the numbers in the law, that is my worry, Mr. President. And Section 5 is the grant of the power, and then I feel that there is an incomplete mention or enumeration of standards to follow, Mr. President.
But Your Honor, that the Secretary of Finance will always have to base it on the income ranges, no, that has been set or that we will be providing, Your Honor.
When the sponsor, Mr. President, mentions income ranges, what does he mean? The brackets?
The brackets, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. That's why my question is Section 5. Can the Secretary of Finance, if this becomes law, change the numbers in the brackets?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's my worry, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, siguro we need time for this representation and the sponsor to discuss, Mr. President, the effect or the ramification of this one, and maybe if we can go over the bill again to look for the parameters, and if they're not sufficient, attempt or try our best to put in the parameters, Mr. President, on guiding the delegate. The delegate is the Secretary of Finance.
That is correct.
To change the numbers found in the law, Mr. President. Not only just empowering him to change the numbers found in the law, Mr. President. I think that was the essence of the inputs that we read on how to avoid an undue delegation of legislative power.
Yes, Your Honor. But
Yes.
in Section 5 also, that your concern is administrative authority of the Secretary of Finance. The Secretary of Finance will always be in consultation with the LGU leagues, no? And shall have the authority to review the income ranges as provided. So he will
Yes.
have to
Pero yes, Mr. President,
consult the LGU leagues.
my response is kung yung mga nag-uusap wala ring parameters silang alam, wala rin guidance sa kanila, di nag-uusap din sila ng wala rin pong guidance. So the decision is also without any naman tawag mo doon, banks, ano yun? Without any limits or parameters, Mr. President. With the permission of the sponsor, Mr. President, maybe we can take this up actually tomorrow or next week. We just want to pursue this point. And who knows, we might be able to come up with the masterful compromise bill that our Senate President was able to come up with in the Hijab bill, Mr. President. Because this is a serious constitutional issue which might weaken this measure, Mr. President.
Yes, that's correct. Your Honor, the sponsor is amenable, and of course, we will always welcome interventions from the minority leader, of course, to improve and enhance this measure. As you know, that we are proud that here in the Senate, we really go to this tedious process to make sure that everything that we pass will be more effective, and it may not be perfect, but at least we make sure that it will be more. It will be helpful, no, to the LGUs. That is our concern, Your Honor.
Okay,
So if we
with
can
that,
suspend, Mr. President.
there's a move to suspend, Majority Leader. Suspend lang, Major. To take up tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we suspend the
Bill at hand.
bill. I'm looking for the bill, Mr. President.
2165.
2165. I so move, Mr. President.
There have been no objections. Bill is suspended for the meantime. Senator Rafi.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speech and recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Isabela and Davao, the Honorable Senator Rafi Tulfo, to deliver his speech. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues in the Senate, good afternoon, or should I say good evening. I speak today as a matter of privilege to raise an issue brought to me personally by farmers and other agricultural workers. Hindi na po ako magpaligoy-ligoy pa. At isiwalat ko na po na ang gobyerno ay nagwawaldas ng bilyong piso sa National Irrigation Administration para lang mabigyang paalaala ang lahat ng nanonood at nakikinig. Ang NIA ay nakatanggap na mahigit kumulang 15 billion pesos for fiscal year 2017. More than 20 billion para sa taong 2018 and 2019. 25 billion para sa taong 2020. 19 billion para sa taong 2021. At 22 billion ng taong 2022. Ang buong halaga po para sa taong 2017 hanggang 2022 ay 121 billion pesos for a span of 6 years for irrigation, development, and restoration. Wala po akong problema kung ang budget na ito ay nagagamit ng tama. I agree that by effectively implementing a national irrigation program, we can guarantee better food security for our country. Pero, hindi po ako papayag na kakainin lang ng korupsyon ang perang dapat mapunta sa tao, lalo na kung dahil sa korupsyon, marami ang magugutom. Right now, I will go into specifics. Kung inyo pong may kita dyan, karamihan po sa mga proyekto ng NAIA na naumpisahan, mahigit 5 taon na po ang lumipas, ay hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin po natatapos. Mas matindi pa, ilan dito ay hindi man lang umaandar, gumagana, kahit taon na ang lumipas mula nang nabigyan ng notice to proceed. Kahit sabihin pa natin na hindi nag-release na ang NIA ng full amount sa mga kontraktor, hindi dapat natin palagpasin na pinapatulog lamang sa kanilang departamento ang pera nakalaan dito na sana'y nalagay na sa agarang pangailangan ng ating mga magsasaka. Tulad ng farm machineries, pang-subsidize sa kanilang abono o di kaya fertilizer para palaguin ng kanilang ani. Bukod dito, meron pang mga kontrata kung saan sinadya na lang hindi pakita sa publiko kung sino ang nanalo. Ayan. Pangit talagang pangalan. Kasi mga korap eh. Okay. Ang public bidding ay dapat ipaalam sa lahat. Sapagkat ito ay paraan natin para malaman kung ginagawa ng gobyerno ang kanilang trabaho. Sa pag-usisa sa makakuha ng kontrata at para din mabilis singilin ang winning bidder kapag may mali silang ginawa sa pera ng tao na ibinayad sa kanila. Kapag hindi deklarado sa publiko at kapag tinatago nila ang mga impormasyong ito, nagkakaroon na mas madaling paraan upang itakbo ang pera ng bayan patungo sa bulsa ng pribadong tao. Ito pong Macalyon Reservoir Project. Nasaan yung Macalyon na yan? Ayan po, yung Macalyon na yan, ha? Macalelon. Kita mo naman, Bonjing pa ang apelyido nito. Yung pangalan ito. Macalelon. Ang Bonjing, ano? 775 million po yung halaga. No contractor listed. Wala pong contractor yan. Yung Macalelon Reservoir na yan. 10.58% completed since 2015. 2023 na po ngayon. Since 2015 po, inumpisahan yung proyekto, 10% pa lamang po ang nabubuo. 90% po ay nakatiwangwang pa lamang. Hinihintay po siguro magputi ang uwak bago matapos ang proyekto. Target completion po nito supposed to be 2019. Pero again, ngayon po ay 2023 na. Ito po ay maliwanag pa sa sikat ng araw na isang korupsyon. Kahit ganito kapalyado ang bidding na naganap, pati ang performance ng kontraktor, walang humpay na pinupundahan pa din ang mga irigasyon sa mga proyektong ito. This is undeniably red flag of institutional corruption. Ayan. Cabano. Small Reservoir Irrigation Project. 533 million ang allocation. 1.69% pa lamang po ang natatapos, ang nagagawa. Mapapakamot na lang po tayo ng ating mga ulo sa kabalastugan na ito ng mga taga-NIA. Marami pong dokumentong natanggap ang aking opisina kung saan pinapakita na ang NAIA ay binibigyan ng kanilang mga contractor na accomplishment report na hindi naman totoo. Ibig sabihin, drawing. Ibig sabihin, in short, panluloko. Ang datos ay nagpapakita ng malaking pagkakaiba sa pagitan ng reported at actual na percentage of completion. Ibig sabihin ulit nito, nabigyan na ng perang kontraktor kahit wala o kulang pa po ang kanilang ginagawa. Bayad na pong kontraktor, hindi pa po tapos ang proyekto. As much as I hate to do it, kailangan ko na po mapangalanan ng ilan sa mga kontrakto na ito na tila binibigyan pabor ng Bids and Awards Committee ng NIA. Oscar Sarmiento Construction Incorporated na matatagpuan sa Santa Mesa, Manila. Again, Oscar Sarmiento Construction. Pangalawa, RD Interior Junior Construction na matatagpuan sa Quezon City. Pangatlo, JD Construction and Supply sa Makati City. At pang-apat, na gumagawa ng kabalastugan, itong Brostan Construction sa Caloocan City. Ilan lamang po ito sa mga kontraktor na inyo makikita ngayon na nakatanggap ng iba't ibang proyekto mula sa NIA sa kabila ng kanilang paulit-ulit na lang na hindi pagtapos ng kanilang kontrata. Kahit ang ilan pa dito ay nalagay na sa blacklist ng NIA. Merong dokumentong ibang opisina nagpapakita na nagpalit lamang silang pangalan at muling sumasabak sa bidding. Ang Oscar Sarmiento Construction Incorporated ay naatasang gumawa ng project noong 2014 sa kabuang halaga ng 750 million pesos. Binigyan sila ng 3 taon para tapusin ang almost billion peso project na ito. Pero kinailangan ng i-terminate ang kontrata pagkatapos makita na hindi man lang umaandar ang kanilang construction works. Kinailangan ngayong saluhin ng RD Interior Junior Construction ang proyekto sa halagang 333 million. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa din po tapos ang project at tuluyang natutulog ang pera na nilaan sana para sa pagpapabuti ng ating agricultural industry. Ang Brostan Construction naman ay naatasang gumawa ng proyekto sa halagang 304 million pesos. According to audit reports as of 2022, ay may natitira pang 34% sa kanilang proyekto. Pinuntahan po mismo ng NIA ang project site at nakita doon na iniwang nakatiwangwang ang proyekto. Humingi po ng reconsideration ang Brostan na tatapusin ito sa kondisyon. Ito pong kondisyon ng Brostan. Tatapusin daw nilang proyekto kapag sila ay papayagan ng NPA, New People's Army. Kailangan daw po magpaalam daw po muna sila sa New People's Army. Akalain mo, ginamit na dahilan ang New People's Army kaya hindi natapos ang proyekto at kinailangan nila magpaalam at magmano sa NPA at iba pang armed groups para matapos ang kanilang proyekto. Nakakabahala lamang po na sa report ng NIA ay wala namang ebidensya na nagkakaroon po ng karahasan sa project site. Ang JD Construction and Supply naman ay naatasang gumawa ng proyektong nagkakalaga ng 1.1 billion pesos noong taong 2010. Kahit sila ay nabigyan ng notice to proceed sa parehas na taon, nag-umpisa lamang sila noong 2013 dahil mayroon daw silang problema sa materyales. Sinabi din po ng JD Construction na kaya hindi sila makagawa ng kanilang obligasyon ay dahil sa right of way, dahil sa weather conditions. At sinisi pa ang DPWH na hinaharangan daw sila. Muling pumunta ang NIA para silipin ang kalagayan ng project at napatunayang wala namang pumipigil sa JD Construction para umpisahan at gawin ang kanilang project. Magdeterminate na sana ang NIA ng kontrata pero umapila pa ang JD Construction dahil wala daw silang control sa nangyaring kakulangan ng performance. Kinonsider na lang tapos na ang NIA ang project after 10 years kahit may kakulangan pa ng 8% ang project completion. Ang mga contractor po tulad ng JD Construction at iba pa sa aking nabanggit ay sunod-sunod po ang panalo sa bidding sa kabila ng kanilang underperformance. Paano nananalo ang ganitong klaseng contractor kung hindi binibigyan ng pabor ng mga kengkoy sa Bids and Awards Committee? Paano naman magkakaroon ng lakas ng loob ang Bids and Awards Committee kung walang paintulot ang administrator at kanyang mga deputy o mga alipores? Although innocence is presumed, it looks like the evidence is there pointing to corruption in the National Irrigation Administration. Bukod pa sa failed or uncompleted projects, meron pang sinasabing mga ghost projects na karamihan ay sinagawa sa Mindanao. Umaabot sa tumataginting na 890 million pesos ang projects na mukhang hindi naman talaga inumpisahan pero pinuntuan ng gobyerno. Nasa 28 projects ang nasabing may anomalya pagkatapos punta ng NAIA Inspection and Assessment Team. Substandard ang trabaho. Ilang portion ng proyekto ay hindi man lang inumpisahan. Pangit, sobrang pangit, o poor workmanship ang assessment. At nililipat ang target area ng project mula sa original na nakalagay sa kontrata ng NAIA. Karamihan ng mga project na ito ay approved ng isang Deputy Administrator Sulaik. Hirap na apelyido nito. Deputy Administrator Sulaik. There appears to be a wide-scale corruption scheme that has persisted for far too long. Kung bakit hindi pa ito naimbestigahan at kung bakit wala pang nananagot sa pagsunog ng pera ng bayan o pagwaldas ng pera ng bayan ay kailangan din pagtuunan ng pansin. Our government is fighting for every peso of revenue and we keep on increasing taxes for everyone. While we waste so many funds feeding corruption and padrino systems in government infrastructure programs. Kaysa mangolekta sa tao, bakit hindi na lang muna natin paniguraduhin na napupunta ito sa mapapakinabangan ng taong bayan? Personal ko pong kinagagalit ang issue na ito sapagkat napabayaan na mga farmers na umaasa sa NIA upang mapalago ang kanilang ani. It might be a matter of profit para sa mga contractor at government official na sangkot dito, pero it's a matter of life and death para sa mga nararapat na beneficiaries. To be clear, ang ating procurement laws at ang implementing rules and regulations for public bidding ay matagal nang inaabuso. Kaya naman, sa World Corruption Index ng Transparency International, tayo ay top 117 out of possible 180 sa corruption perception. Proud to be Pinoy talaga tayo kahit sa anong larangan ng palakasan, kahit na sa korupsyon pa. Ngayon na may datos na po tayo at malinaw na maluba ang korupsyon ng ating dinaranasan, I implore the Blue Ribbon Committee headed by my esteemed colleague and the one of the best lawyers in the Senate has had, Senator Tolentino, to join me in investigating this long-standing corruption issue. Kung malagay lang sa tama ang paggamit ng pondo ng NIA, ay makapagbibigay tayo ng agarang pagsasabuti ng buhay sa mga magsasaka. Ang maiging irrigation para sa lupang sinasaka ay makababawas sa pangailangan ng katamtamang ulan, fertilizer, kuryente at labor. Hiningi ko lamang sa NIA na ipagsabuti sana ang paggamit ng pera ng bayan. Ang pinakita ko ngayon ay maliit na bahagi pa lamang yan. Mr. President, sa aking nalikop ng mga ebidensya na magpapakita na binababoy na ng irrigation ang ating irrigation program. Nagpapayaman ang mga miyembro at kontraktor ng NAIA sa pamamagitan ng pagtapak sa magsasakang umaasa sa kanilang mga programa. My dear colleagues, huwag na sana natin hayaan matulog ang isyong ito. Palapit na naman ang ating budget season at kailangan natin pagtuunan ng pansin kung paano magamit ng maayos ang pera ng ating mga kababayang inatasan tayong i-allocate sa iba't ibang ahensya. I know that all of the members of the Senate will support my fight against corruption. Let's start by cleaning up the National Irrigation Administration for the sake of our farmers and in order to improve our country's food security. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Senator Raffy Tulfo, and we congratulate you on your crusade. Kung tama po, pinapakita mong mga ebidensya dito sa screen na 2015 na inumpisa yung project niyan at hindi pa natatapos, 10% lamang ang accomplishment, sila po'y dapat makulong at dapat may parusahan. So I hope it will be referred to the appropriate committee right away. But let's listen also to the minority floor leader for his, of course, for his intervention on the issue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I'd like to congratulate our colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for bringing this to our attention. And I join him in his call that we have to use the budget process, Mr. President, to hold accountable the different agencies, but especially this one, our colleague has researched and he has proof and he has named names. Actually, that is one improvement, Mr. President, in our exposés or in the issues that we bring up to the Senate. We are now starting to name names. Importante yun. And ang request ko nga sana, when we name a corporation, if we can also name the people behind the corporation. Parang we pierce the corporate veil. So we get to know the people behind the corporation. And I asked my staff, because I attended the last budget hearings for the NIA, and I remember malaki po talagang binigay natin na halaga dyan. And according to my staff, and confirmed by the majority leader, the budget for the NIA, 0.862, 40 billion pesos, Mr. President. And siyempre, when you talk about corruption, saan ba ma-attract ng corrupt at ng kanilang mga colleagues? Siyempre, kung saan yung pera. So, yun po, nangyari. Ang laki ng, malaki pong halaga, 40.862 billion pesos. And if my memory serves me right, pagkalam ko, immediately after we pass the budget, ang next na basa ko sa news about NIA, power struggle na po. Away-away. So, ang tanong natin, bakit nag-aaway-away din sa isang ahensya? I mean, so anyway, siguro advance communication to the NIA, come the budget process, better be prepared to answer questions from all of us, Mr. President.
May I add, Minority Leader, if you can support me on this and my distinguished colleagues can support me on this, let's take it a step further. Yung 40 billion na yan under corrupt agencies, smorgasbord. Ano yan? That is parang buffet of corruption. Maybe before we tackle their budgets, it's best that we study if these projects were actually implemented and how were they implemented. Hindi lamang, kasi ng bolero din po yung mga, and with due respect, ang daming bolero na heads of agency, ay malapit na ako, ma-accomplish yan, maganda na, ganon. Of course, we have to take it hook, line, and sinker on this side of the rooms that where they're defending the budget. Maybe we can add an agency within the Senate to look into the matter wherein magpadala tayo ng tracker teams para makita kung itong projects ba ito ay natutupad, nako-construct, or ano lang, guni-guni po natin at nawala na po yung pera. I'm willing to take it a step further if our colleagues will agree. Then maybe we can ask some of our staff in the Senate to come up with an office, like a small office, to help LBRMO to assist us when we pass the budget na meron tayong konting accountability, particularly with these agencies with questions on corruption, questions of corruption. Yan ang, alam mo, talagang nung kinikwento ni Senator Tulfo yung kanyang pinapakita na figures, ako'y awang-awa sa bansa. Awang-awa sa bansa. Naubos na nga yung pera ng gobyerno sa corruption. Yung mga taong bayan hindi pa nakakain ng maayos, hindi pa makabuhay ng disente dahil sa napakababang sweldo na tinatanggap nila. Parang triple, double, triple, quadruple whammy. So I think we support the crusade of Senator Tulfo, and maybe one day in a caucus we can discuss how we can verify, no? Ito mga agencies na ito using our personnel to do a bit of fact checking para pagdating sa budget, di ba? Nandiyan ba yung proyekto? Pag hindi nagawa yung proyekto, sandali, ba't kahingi ulit ng 40 billion? Hindi pa tapos yung proyekto mo. That means yung absorptive capacity nila ay zero or napakababa. That means we should not be giving them more funds. Di ba po, Minority Leader? I'm sure you and we are on the same page here.
Yes, I joined the plans of the Senate President. And then yun na nga, sa budget process. But then, I think the motion of our colleague is to refer this to the Blue Ribbon. So before that, meron ng, hopefully, makahiring na po yung ating idol din na si Senator Tolentino for
Who graduated, by the way.
On this specific, kasi very focused yun eh. Specific projects, I think, more or less, not less, not, I think, how many projects were mentioned by our speaker yun. Pwede siya mag-focus po ron. And then, may mga project daw na hindi pa inanunsyo ang pangalan ng kontraktor. Pwede ba yun? Dapat nga. Dapat nga. Nakalagay sa billboard po yun eh. So once again, Mr. President, I'd like to congratulate our colleague. Tapos I hope na kung meron din po akong isusumbong, open din po siyang matakbuhan ko siya para magsumbong sa kanya. Opo.
Yes, congratulations, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Please keep up the great work. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes,
First of all, Mr. President, may I just place on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for his speech. I would have wanted to interpolate and ask questions, but due to the lateness of the hour as well, Mr. President, I'd like to state for the record, Mr. President, one, during the 17th Congress, this representation, together with so many of our colleagues here, co-authored Republic Act number 10969, or the Free Irrigation Service Act. Mr. President, it has been 5 years since the passage of this landmark measure exempting farmers from the payment of irrigation fees. I remember, Mr. President, during the deliberation of the bill, it was emphasized clearly that there is a need to bring down the cost of production and relieve our farmers from the burden of paying these fees. While listening a while ago to our dear colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, I cannot help but concur with the statements made by our Senate President and our Minority Leader. Not only we did give NIA 2023 budget of 40 billion pesos, 40.862 million, 40 billion 862 million 765,000, plus, Mr. President, the small-scale irrigation projects under DA got 1.1 121 billion, Irrigation Network Services sub-program under DA, 1.139 billion. But Mr. President, if you look at the data that was given to us, we asked for the data as of June 2022. As of June 2022, Mr. President, 65.28% out of the 3.128 million hectares of estimated total irrigable area nationwide. 65.28 pa lang, Ginoong Pangulo. As of 2022 rin, Ginoong Pangulo, 36 out of 80 na target provinces and chartered cities were provided with agricultural machineries, equipment, facilities, and small-scale irrigation projects. What's my point, Mr. President? If you're listening attentively to this speech delivered by our dear colleague, it's adding fuel to the fire. Hindi na nga nila nagagastos. It appears they don't have the capacity to spend the money. And now here comes the report na hindi tapos, hindi gumagalaw yung proyekto, hindi napapakinabangan ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya magandang tanong, Ginoong Pangulo, kung yung pong NIA ay may current status na nung ating country's irrigation development as promised by Republic Act number 10969, and at the same time to answer questions of accountability and transparency. Mr. President, on May 2, 2023, yung Pag-asa announced that recent conditions and forecasts indicate an 80%, 80% na probability that El Nino may emerge by June to August. And this may persist until the first quarter of 2024. So may time constraints po tayo, Mr. President. Gusto natin masiguro na nagagamit ng tama ang ating mga pondo, nagagamit ng maayos, at higit sa lahat makinabang yung ating mga kababayan na nasa agriculture sector. So, yun lamang po, Ginoong Pangulo, at before I refer this matter, the Deputy Majority Leader is also seeking the floor. I move that Senator J.V. Ercito be recognized.
Senator Ercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. While watching the slides being shown by Senator Tulfo, some of the contractors are very familiar, no? Because we have conducted some investigations before during the housing. Some are very familiar, like J.D. Legazpi and others, were involved in the Yolanda housing. And also, while I did my very quick research, if you remember the most expensive boulevard in the universe, that is the Diosdado Macapagal Highway, a 2.3 kilometer portion worth 1.1 billion was also done by J.D. Legazpi. Kumbaga notorious na po ito, Mr. President. So thank you very much, Mr. Senator Raffy Tulfo, for bringing this matter up. And it really pains us, no, to see that, you know, we are funding all of this project, and to see them go into waste, go into corruption is really heartbreaking. So yun po, pinaalala ko lang po.
Heartbreaking, Your Honor, because imagine, ang mga sundalo natin, ang mga Navy personnel, naka-rubber boat lang.
Oo nga.
Nandun sa West Philippines.
Nakikipaglaban.
Tapos bilyon-bilyon yung 1 kilometrong highway.
Yeah.
Kalokohan yun.
So
You
yun
have
po.
to change that attitude in government.
So it's very Trangabel. So yung J.D. Legazpi was the one that constructed that 2.3 kilometer portion of the most expensive boulevard in the world, in the universe. 1.1 billion, and ang windfall po nila was about 800 million, no? So yun yung estimate. That's all, Mr. President.
Hindi naman na kalata marble ang ginamit sa daan. Semento naman siguro. Oh my goodness. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Indeed, we have so much challenges to face in order to help serve the best interests of our people. At this juncture, I move that we refer the speech of the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao Province, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and the manifestations thereon to the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, just some administrative matters. pursuant to Rule 10, Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate, and upon the instruction of the Chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Senator Grace Poe, may I manifest for the record the creation of Subcommittee on Senate Bill Number 9, Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System Law of 2022, Senate Bill Number 1914, Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System Law of 2023, Senate Bill Number 4, 2041, Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System Act, and such other bills which may be referred to the Committee on Economic Affairs covering the same topic, with Senate President Pro Tempore Loren Legarda as Subcommittee Chairperson. I so manifest, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the manifestation, and motions approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, I move that Senator Bongo be made co-author of Senate Bill Number 2019, or the Caregivers Welfare Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motions approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of Senator Sani Angara, I move that Senator Bongo be made co-author of Senate Bill Number 2021, or the institutionalization of the Shared Service Facilities Project for MSMEs. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motions approved. And before we take up other matters, Your Honors, I just want to put on record, I want to thank Deputy Secretary Belen for reminding us the General Appropriations Act of 2023, Republic Act 11936, has a special provision. Mga kapatid, Section 105 of the GAA mandates the constitution of a joint Congressional Oversight Committee on Public Expenditures shall be primarily monitor compliance by agencies with the requirements or conditions in the utilization of public funds. Meron pala tayo. I don't have to recreate the wheel. Under this act, the JCOC on public expenditures will be chaired by the chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, and I guess the appropriations of the House, Senate, and 7 senators and 7 representatives. We have not constituted this yet. So if the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, who's here listening intently to us, will constitute his 7 members, we can do this quickly. And we task the 7 members of the minority and majority of the Senate. Of course, dapat kasama dyan yung minority, and may I recommend Senator Raffy Tulfo also to be part of that, so that we can start looking into this. We can ask a team from the Senate also to help them gather more information on the compliance of these agencies.
You want to do it today or tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow. Just a reminder. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. Distinguished colleagues, thank you. At this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, May 17, 2023. So move, Mr. President.
There being no other objections to the motion, I move that the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, May 17. Have a good evening, everyone.